The meeting. Okay. I'm just going to ask Sandra if there's any apologies.
No, received no apologies today.
Everybody's here or online. Okay. So welcome again, everybody. Thank you for the respectful and constructive discussion we had yesterday. I'm hoping we can continue in that spirit. As I've said, we are not in a rush, but we do need to get through this. I do wish to remind us all that we're here for the benefit of all the citizens of our great city, all of Aucklanders. So please keep a regional perspective. This isn't an auction, and it requires everyone to listen to their colleagues and make some compromises, like I have done in my amendment yesterday. Please keep in mind the big picture and the challenges we are facing. Yesterday we were reminded by staff and our independently chaired Audit and Risk Committee that there are around $3 billion worth of unfunded problems just around the corner. So today we need to be responsible and sustainable. We heard a lot yesterday about hopes for the long-term plan. I want us to be cautious about putting our problems today off until tomorrow. The long-term plan is an important document and we're going to have a lot to do to put it together, but it can't fix everything. And it can't be characterised by wishful thinking. We do need to start fixing things today. Councillor Foley has put forward an amendment which is an alternative which removes the debt reduction or asset sales lever completely and puts up debt. We've all had a chance to consider that overnight, and indeed so have commentators in the media. Where we got to last night is that Councillor Foley's motion had been moved and seconded, and she has started her speech in the debate and still has 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Once she has finished, we'll move to questions on the amendments. Thank you. So I shall hand it to you, Councillor Foley. Hand it back to you.
Your Worship, can I ask a question of process, please? I mean, I don't want to invoke standing orders, which is around how to run the meeting, but I just want to ask a question on process in regards to today around the amendments that have been put forward. My question of process is the amendments, there's Councillor Foley plus mine that has been seconded. I know that there have been other amendments put in. So how, well, there have been, sorry, and so I want to know what process they will be in, whether, from my perspective, Councillor Dalton has an alternative, Councillor Walker has an alternative, and possibly Councillor Darby. So I want to have a look at the process as to which ones of those amendments will be dealt with, depending on what happens with this particular amendment. So that's the question on the process. Is it Councillor Lotu's, which is going first, and then is it Councillor Dalton's, and then Councillor Walker's, and then Councillor Darby's? Thank you, Your Worship.
Righto, we have received Councillor Foley's one and we had started into the actions responding to that, which is where I intend to keep following up to. We had yesterday received an amendment from Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Waston. And apparently overnight we have received a third one from Councillor Darby, not seconded. And there is a fourth one apparently here from Councillor Dalton, also not seconded. So they will just proceed as in the normal way that we go through a meeting. I'm not intending to do anything unusual. In the order that they've been received and seconded. And at the moment we are underway with Councillor Foley's amendment. And you have 9 minutes and 30 seconds left to go.
Point of clarification, Chair, are we debating what is on the table? I'm a bit confused of what's going on here.
Waiting for Councillor Filley to continue in 9 minutes and 50 seconds, and I'm going to knock off 3 if you don't use them.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just waiting because there's a whole lot of stuff going on. I'm just...
Well, the thing is that you are the current speaker to an amendment, and we have
Okay.
resumed the meeting,
right. No,
so
that-
I'm
that's okay.
chewing through your time. So
Kia ora.
if there are
Thank
other
you.
things happening, that's fine, but under
you,
the
Your
standing
Worship.
orders, you are speaking to your amendment.
Kia ora, thank you. Just yesterday, I thought that we were starting with questions, but that's fine. All right.
You can forgo that, but normally the proposer has 10 minutes to speak to their amendment. That's
Yes.
the rules.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Then we go to questions.
Kia ora. Yeah.
At your request, I'm closely following standard rules, okay?
All right. Okay. Thank you. Kia ora. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, rau rangatira mā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mā lo lava le soifua maua, ma le langi mama. Warm tāmaki makaurau greetings to you all, Your Worship, and to all of our learned colleagues around this table. And I do say that with the greatest of respect for yourself, Your Worship, and for all of our elected members around this table. I recognise, Your Worship, that this has been a very difficult time for all of us. But I do want to mihi to each and every one of you. I want to recognise your mana, and I recognise that each of you sits here with a mandate from your communities and as leaders for your communities. You represent the different voices and the different aspirations of our diverse communities. And of course, because of that, we have different views. And I hope that as a result of this process, although we have had different discussions, robust discussions and disagreements, I hope that at the end of this process, that we will all still remain colleagues, and that any relationships and friendships that may have been frayed along the way will be healed by the end of this process. Thank you. Kia ora. Your Worship, I'll go now to my amendment that everyone has had an opportunity to have a look at, and I'll point out those key differences between your final proposal that we received yesterday afternoon and the alternative that's being presented for you. And Your Worship, it is an alternative and it is a balanced budget. Finance have had a look, they've checked the numbers, and it does balance. And that's the key for us here today. This alternative proposes a different way forward. It gives for us a way to keep our shares for the people of Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, to keep our most significant asset that we currently have. It also allows for us to put back some of the cuts that you have proposed in your original proposal, and even more cuts than you proposed in your most current proposal as well. It puts back, and I'm mindful of that, Your Worship, because we've heard from others around the table yesterday that for some people that was the key. It was the cuts to our communities that they were most concerned about, which is why many people said and voiced yesterday that they would rather sell our shares than see those cuts continue. And so, Your Worship, this alternative I present to you does allow for us to return all of the funding to our local boards, which have been crucial for all of us, especially during the flood response and especially during our cyclone that we had recently. We saw, especially in the west, we saw out in the south, how many of our community groups who are funded by our local boards, who are funded through some of the initiatives that they receive from those grants, they stood in that gap when we ourselves failed to stand in that gap for our vulnerable communities during the January floods. And so I'm very pleased, Your Worship, that this alternative puts back all of the funding for our local boards. I'm pleased also, Your Worship, that it reinstates the $1 million to our ECEs. We've heard the strong cry from our parents and our families of our Kauri kids. It does, though, and I have reached out to some of our parents to tell them that it is really just to say, let's have a pause, let's work with our staff, Let's work with our local boards going forward and consider a local approach, a local approach rather than a regional approach to our Kauri kids going forward. But reinstating that $1 million does allow for that time to happen. It allows them to continue operating as they do currently and gives us that time to have that local approach. But it also takes away from the boards that extra burden of trying to do that with the existing funding that they have, as you've proposed in your proposal. And I do, I totally respect the work that's been done in the background by others, including Councillor Ferry, to achieve that. But I'm mindful of that extra burden on the local boards. And so I'm proud that our alternative budget does allow for that ECE funding to be returned. Your Worship, the rates we have kept as low as possible. Many around this table have said that they did not want rates to go into double digits. I am more comfortable with them going into double digits, as you know, as I've said in the past. But because I've spoken to many others around the table and in this room, and there was a strong desire to keep the rates as low as possible. And I'm also mindful of my local boards, the Otara Papatoe local board and the Mangele o Tahuhu local board, who have said to me, they've given me a mandate and given Councillor Alpha mandate to increase rates and to increase our debt funding in order to keep the shares. But they did impress upon me that if possible, please put it more on the short-term debt than on the rates. And that's reflected in the alternative that we have here. So we've kept rates at 9.9%, mitigated to 6.8, or rounded down to 6.7, as the staff have said, in order to achieve that. The trade-off, of course, is the short-term debt. And we've put that to the maximum amount that staff advised previously of $140 million. However, Your Worship, as others I'm sure will comment on during the debate, we understand that the dividend from the airports has not been factored in because there is an assumption that the dividend would not be received because we were going to sell the airport shares. And so there is a great expectation from many around the room that that $140 million in debt will be mitigated by that dividend. If that's not correct, then that's fine, and we will find that out later on today. But I'm comfortable with putting on that debt to the maximum of $140 million in order to keep the cuts as low as we've proposed, as well as keeping the rates down to below 10%. So, Your Worship, that's the alternative budget that's been proposed. I'm asking members around the room to consider it. I'm sure you've had all night to consider it. And I'm appealing to, as you said, Your Worship, you listened yesterday, and I also listened yesterday and over the last 6 months. And we've heard a strong desire to keep the shares from many, a strong desire to keep the rates down as low as possible, but recognising that increasing the rates to 9.9 for general rates and to 6.7 or 6.8, and that mitigated figure is still a big increase compared to past terms. So I recognise that. And keeping the debt to a reasonable level of $140 million that we can afford. Your Worship, I do want to speak now about why some of these things have been proposed as an alternative to your budget. I've said to you previously that I personally don't mind rates going up a little bit further, but like I said, I'm mindful of the opinions of others, and I'm very mindful of the struggle that our families are going through with the cost of living. But for me, Your Worship, it has been about the sale of the airport shares. And as we've seen over recent weeks, really that's what it's come down to. It's about the sale of the airport shares. We heard yesterday, and we've heard many times, that the asset, the airport shares, although they are defined as a strategic asset in law by Parliament, and although they are a strategic asset for our city and probably for our country as the biggest airport in the country, they are not a strategic asset for us as Auckland Council. Your Worship, I accept that. I accept that we have not thought about it strategically. We have not had a strategic a strategic approach to the shares, but that's our fault. That's the fault of this governing body and of past governing bodies. We have not had an investment strategy in place for some time, and that's our failing. We failed the people of Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, because of that. But it doesn't mean that we have to do that forever. And it doesn't mean that that's a good reason to get rid of the biggest asset that we currently own, or to sell off that final last piece that belongs in public ownership, the 18% that still remains in public ownership. That 18% belongs to the people of Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, inherited from the people of Manukau City and Auckland City. It has brought in $400 million in dividends. Oh, I thought I got 10 minutes. Is that 10 minutes? Really? I
Your Worship,
apologise.
I'd like to move an extension of time.
Second that.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship. I apologise for that. I will wrap it up. As I said, it is a strategic asset. We should think of it as a strategic asset, and going forward, I would hope that through the long-term plan and going forward, we will begin to have an investment approach, a strategic approach to looking at this asset. Your Worship, I said yesterday that I accept that if we have underperforming assets, then we should look at selling them. But this is not an underperforming asset. Yesterday, somebody said that this asset costs us more to keep it than it returns. That's true of every single asset we own, if you apply that same logic. Show me an asset that we own that returns us more than it costs to hold it, in opportunity cost or otherwise. Does that mean that we should sell this town hall? Does that mean that we should sell all the parks and reserves that we have? Of course not. So please, let's not be rash. Let's not give away our biggest asset that we own. Let's consider it in a much more comprehensive way. Let's consider this asset along every other asset that we own. Let's have a strategic approach going forward, and let's look at all of our investments going forward as well. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, members of the governing body. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of this? Who? Oh, Councillor Hills. I'm sorry I missed you there.
Kia ora, Mayor.
Councillor.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Foley. I guess my question to finance is,
Councillor Hills, I'm sorry, but I did raise this as a point of order yesterday, Mr. Mayor, and I just really appreciate clarification because it goes to what's happened now. I'm trying to find in the standing orders where a mover of an amendment is opened up to questions, if that's what's happening here. I can't find it.
Kia ora, Councillor. I'm not asking of Councillor Foley.
I just want to clarify that there may be other people that are doing that, Councillor Hills, okay?
Asking questions and the staff are available to respond to them, okay? Is that all right?
So
Yep.
that's fine.
Just questions.
Yep.
You toss a question in and an answer will arrive somewhere. Thank you very much. I have...
Kia ora, Mayor. Thank you. I guess I just need the finance advice on what this means. I guess for when you're putting the debt up to 160 and the rates stay at 6.78, I just need to know what the effect on next year's budget will be with the whole, and or what the rates component would be to cover.
I'll just get the relevant staff to come to the table. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Mr. Guts will bring his staff, who are the experts on this, and they will tell us. So your question is, what does this mean to next year's rates? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yes, if we're putting the 60 million to debt instead of rates or shares, what does that mean for the gap or the rates next year?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hills. A couple of points from me. Yesterday, the investment policy came up, and it came up again today. I'd refer people to the Treasury Management Policy on our website. It's a requirement of the Local Government Act that we have an investment policy, and it is there. I googled it before. With respect to debt and the use of it, I think the staff advice is pretty clear. staff advice, page 53 of item 9 on the agenda, has paragraphs 50 to 57 on debt. It's worth reiterating this space. The council could choose to fund a higher level of capital expenditure from borrowings, while remaining within current policy settings around ensuring a balanced budget and moving to full funding of depreciation by 2028. And you've heard me reiterate that point a number of times. Current policy settings would allow for this up to 140 million for 23-24, but it's important to note that the capacity in future financial years is less. So I am getting to the answer to the question because that is a key point in moving to that. This means that using debt to the full extent of the policy settings would require replacement mitigations to be found in subsequent years, adding to the budget challenge for those years and putting upwards pressure on future rates increases. So when we're doing a calculation in this space, the lever that is moving is rates. It's not the only lever that's available. We know we have other levers, but that is the one in which we can best understand the implication for mitigations in future years. A key consideration for this lever, being debt, is that it does not address the ongoing operating cost challenge, but merely postpones its mitigation. Any additional borrowing will also increase the level of interest cost faced by the council in future years. The use of debt to address an ongoing operating challenge may also reduce credibility with funding partners, credit rating agencies, who currently place high reliance on our high-quality financial management and commitment to financial prudence and sustainability. Additional council borrowing also reduces the headroom available, and there's more in that paragraph on that, particularly around making space for water program, additional costs for CRL, and the items I talked to yesterday. For these reasons, the council took a view in the consultation document that debt should be used sparingly and only as a last resort to address the operating budget gap. It proposed a modest increase of debt by up to 75 million. The consultation document did note, however, that using debt by up to 140 million may need to be considered if other levers were not used to the extent proposed or further financial challenges emerge. And while not a sustainable option to address ongoing cost pressures, additional borrowing may be an appropriate mitigation where costs are short-term or temporary. This could include the one-off recovery and response costs associated with the 2023 storm events. So apologies for reading that for those of you who are well familiar with it, but it does set up the required context for answering the question that Councillor Hills has placed through you. So our understanding of the amendment and as it currently applies, is that compared to the initial proposal, it would increase next year's rates by (2.3%), and compared to the updated proposal, slightly under 3%. Now, that may not sound like a big amount, or it might. However, the absolute overall average general rates increase that we would be looking at for 24-25 before mitigations would then be in the range of 13.2%. So if we pulled that back to the criteria that we have discussed earlier, we would challenge the fit of some of those criteria, particularly around credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. When we talk about affordable, we talk about avoiding unacceptable shocks for ratepayers, both now and in the future. So through you, Your Worship, that's the impact.
So through you, Mayor, so it's 13, so if we pass this amendment, it would take us to 13.2% next year, but are you saying that's without adding the targeted rates back? So with the targeted rates,
That's with the targeted rates.
with the targeted rates increased back to, which the Mayor has said would be in his proposal, what does that take the rate rise to next year?
So as the starting point for year one of the LTP, yes, 13.2, the general rates. If the long-term differential strategy starts again and the two targeted rates both start up again, for residential ratepayers, that would be an average total rates increase of 15%, and for business ratepayers, a total average rates increase of 13.9.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question? 15%. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions to Finance. and this is for all the amendments that we may or may not receive today, are they costed by finance to make sure that they add up?
Yes, the amendments that we've received, we've run them through our models to ensure that they produce balance.
Thank you, that's great. My second and final question, this amendment actually includes 160 million of debt, so that's 20 more than we have consulted on. Are we able to do that? This might be a legal question or if I...
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I believe so. The last paragraph that I talked to there was around the recovery and response costs associated with the 2023 storm events of around 20 million. So that 20 million would be on top of the 140 to allow for 160 to fit within the framework.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Lee, please.
I take it, even at this stage, the finance officers have not factored in the dividend from Auckland International Airport due in October, which is, I understand at this stage, 42 million, nor is there much awareness of the significant amount of money due in next year, I believe, from the renewal of the West Haven Marina berth licences, and also I will leave it at that. It's still not there, is it? The 42 million?
No, the modelling that we've done, the proposal put forward by Councillor Foley does include the projected dividend received from Auckland Airport for next year.
If it is included, that would mean the 140 million borrowing could actually come down by that amount.
No, that's baked in and treated as operating revenue. So that dividend is part of that calculation.
And with respect to the marina issue, we understand, having checked with Ikipanuku who manage these aspects, that those berths are becoming available 26 and 29, so not within the immediate short term.
Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you. Officers, you mentioned that it would go up by 2% or 3% the rates. Can you give us in real dollar terms, what is a 2% rate rise per week for the average householder? Usually Andrew Duncan's very good at giving us those numbers if he's in the room.
Yes, I'll wait for the calculation on that.
Is this the calculation on 3% or the 15%? I mean, it was a bit confusing what you said, but I understood it was
So
15%. But
the increase for next year for the year coming of 9.9% increase top line, 6.7 for residential. That would be a $222 annual increase for the average residential property. So that's $4.27 a week.
Per week, $4.27.
For the average.
For the average household, okay. All right. And then for the following year, you said it went up and, you didn't, okay. So the current Mayor's proposal already puts the rates at 11%. That's a starting point, which is already 2% more or 1.1% more than our starting point, the alternative starting point. What does that go up to next year, or does it go down next year?
So sorry, just to your other question there about the second year.
Oh, yes,
under
sorry.
your one, though, so that 15% for residential would be $10.17 a week, okay. $529 a year. Under the Mayor's updated proposal, so 11% in the first year, 7.7, that's $253. So that's just under $5 a week.
Yep.
And for the second year, the average rates increase starting point under the Mayor's proposal is 10.4, which is 12.6% for the residential once you add back in those.
12.6%, okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Kia ora.
So Newman, please.
The amendment proposes the short-term debt would be used to cover the operating, the OPEX costs for next year. Can you confirm that in effect is taking funding that would otherwise be used to fund the depreciation of our assets, our renewals program?
Yes, that would be broadly correct. The rationale for the 140 is that we are able to still meet our timeline to fully funding depreciation by 2028 and the commitment we have for this year by funding less of that depreciation, but the consequence of that is exactly as you have described.
Councillor Baker, please.
Yeah, thanks for that. So just so you've got it very, very clear, if we borrow the 160 and it's really just to enable us to reap, I guess, the benefit of a possible $40 million return, because as Councillor Foley says, it's all about the sale of the shares. That's what's driving her. And so to borrow the extra 60 on top of the 100 that's in the proposal, it's to, that would just give us a possible $40 million return from those shares.
That's correct. So the $60 million of additional debt is instead of the net $60 million from selling the shares.
Thank you. So just following on from a depreciation question of Councillor Newman, is there any work being done, or does our pushing out of our fully funding of depreciation, is there any work being done on what that actually means for the state of the assets? Most of those assets under the, I guess, the governance of local boards. Is there any work being done to show what that pushing out of depreciation is meaning for the underlying, I guess, condition of the assets that our communities use? Because I know what's going on in Franklin, where we're having to sell a hall because we cannot afford to fix it. So is that work being done, and what will be the impact, I guess, as we push out depreciation fully funding?
I need to be crisp that we are not pushing out the 2028 date for fully funding of depreciation. That is why there is the bounce back required next year in those rates figures to ensure that we are funding the amount of depreciation that we've committed to next year. So there is no impact on that. The difference here is whether we fund the depreciation through CapEx or debt, through the operating surplus or through debt. The degree to which the assets are managed, repaired, renewed is part of the asset management plans, part of the long-term plans, part of operational decisions.
Thank you. And two more, Your Worship. So if we accept the amendment, what is the exact additional interest cost that we would be facing for this year? Exactly what is it we would be paying in interest on top of the Mayor's proposal?
Sorry, compared with the Mayor's updated proposal? So there's the addition, you don't have the $45 million savings from selling the airport shares, plus the additional $60 million would give you about $3 million for a full year, so maybe half of that over the course of the year.
Cool. And so you just mentioned previously the impact on our, I guess, our credit rating and our credibility in amongst the financial markets. Can you sort of explain to us what the implications are if we drop our credit rating and we are seen as a less, I guess, credible customer when borrowing money if we go down this line of using debt to fund our operational costs?
Yeah, I can talk to those risks in generalities. It's obviously not a decision that we make. It's in others' hands, and they look at many factors when they're making their assessments. If there was an impact on our credit rating, we've assessed that previously and provided advice that it could be a 0.1 impact for debt. on our current debt holding, that's 12, 15 maybe million and upwards, depending on hedging and how that works through. But it also, I think, goes to reputation, credibility, and the how current investors would view us as well, given they took on the bonds with a certain expectation around our credit worthiness.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and certainly refreshing to see the scrutiny on this level of debt. That would have been nice if that had been around in years gone by, but certainly nice to see the change of approach here. My question is a very quick one, and it goes to a key phrase in respect of the projections for next year. I'm trying to get through this year, but and that goes to the phrase, I think the Chief Financial Officer said, that's assumed without mitigation, without any sort of mitigation that may come up over the course of the next year, isn't it?
I do believe that is what I said, Councillor.
Right. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Baker asked some of my questions, so I might just put them maybe a different way. So, just in real clear language, and I'm, yes, I know. I was just trying to. I was watching my words, Your Worship. It's always a good idea to watch what you say. So maybe I'll ask you, as well as the operating gap next year, what does this do to our debt headroom without paying off the $1 billion that the Mayor has put in his version 3?
So the debt headroom without a sell down is the debt to revenue ratio will be 230%. With the partial sell down, it was 230%.
So that's partial without anything.
Oh, sorry, it's without, the partial is 230. This one would have a 250, so an extra 20%. It reduces your debt to revenue headroom by 20%.
Right.
And to try non-accountant speak, obviously without the $1 billion being sold down, debt would be $1 billion higher. Yeah. So that's probably the key differential. There's some movement around the increase in that short-term debt, but that would be the key reduction in the headroom in dollar terms.
$1 billion higher, that's right. Now this is a bit of a tough one, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but in your professional opinion, would this be a prudent budget for us to pass this year? No, I'm just asking.
We're getting into debate via management. That's not appropriate.
That's a question.
It's a rhetorical question.
Well, I've heard a few
It's
around
not the first time we don't always accept professional
It is a
advice.
question, and they can choose to answer it or not answer it. And you can choose to put your fingers over the ears if you don't want to hear it.
I believe I've talked to that somewhat in the staff advice where we talk about the use of debt to address an ongoing operating challenge may reduce credibility with funding partners and credit rating agencies who currently place high reliance on our high quality financial management and commitment to financial prudence and sustainability. So, reading between the lines on that is as close as I can get to answering that question. But I would refer you back also to the 4 criteria that we talked about yesterday and frames up the consultation document: credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable, and the need to be cognizant of the impact, not just current but future as well.
Thank you. And I was going to talk to you about the credit rating agency because I think it's important that we, through even the toughest of times, we've always kept our high credit rating. But if we were to pass a budget that actually challenged that, realising it's not your decision, what happens if we lose just 1 point in our, what is the extra cost for us when we start to go down against the current high credit rating that we currently have? In other words, what's the cost to us?
Yeah, John Bishop is about to leap up, the group treasurer, and provide a quite precise answer on this. That will expand on the point one I mentioned earlier.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So look, a one-notch downgrade in rating would add between about 10 and 15 basis points to the cost of our debt. So on debt of 12 billion, that's between about 12 to 18 million dollars per annum.
Extra.
Extra.
Right, thank you. Okay, so, and then just finally, so this amendment puts our debt up to 250% debt to revenue, right? Which is the highest we've ever gone.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure it's the highest we've ever gone. The real problem with adding more debt is not so much our debt capacity, it's the fact that we're not solving the operating gap in the most prudent and probably sensible manner. So rating agencies would look at us and say, you're relying on debt to fund an operating gap where you should be reliant on revenues or reducing costs.
Thank you for that answer. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. Councillor Watson asked about mitigations. So my understanding is that the mitigations that we've got in place for this year is the pausing of the long-term differential strategy and the changes to those two targeted rates. Are those the only mitigation options for this year or for next year? Are there other mitigation options that we are using now?
I think the mitigations are really the levers that we have and that we've talked to that exist this year and next year. Rates, debt, OPEX, asset sales being the four key cogs.
I think I'm specifically asking about, we've talked about mitigated and unmitigated for the rates increase number. So specifically on that.
So looking at the difference between the general rates increase and the total rates paid by a different group of ratepayers, those are the key ones that we identified this year. In any year, councillors have opportunities to look at all targeted rates and how they can be applied and other items of rating policy. But those are the ones that were identified at this stage.
Yep, that's correct. So just to clarify, the mitigations we're talking about are the reducing the water quality and natural environment targeted rate for 1 year and using the money that's been collected through reserves, and the other one is pausing the business differential policy adjustment for 1 year. So those are two short-term measures that reduce the impact, mitigate the impact for residential households for 1 year. And the key point to note with those things is they are only a 1 year thing, they reverse and create more pressure on rates the following year. We haven't considered any other targeted rate mitigations or changes through this annual budget.
Thank you. So if there were to be mitigations applied next year, then we're potentially repeating what we've done this year. Is that correct?
For the water quality and natural environment target rates, if you weren't to sort of reinstate those, put them back to where they were, catch up, you would be raising less money for those programs. So that would be LTP decision about how much money you're collecting and what you're doing with it. So that's a whole other different discussion.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, so you've given us a figure for next year based on this amendment that would be around 15%. If we were to go with the Mayor's proposal on debt, but rates at 12.7%, which I understand would be sufficient to cover the OPEX hole without selling the shares, what would rates look like next year? What I'm trying to understand is if we put rates up a bit more this year, do we need a lower rates increase than the 15 next year? That's what I'm trying to sort of trade off in my considerations.
Yes, that's correct. We don't have the calculator in front of us set up to do that right on the fly, but absolutely, if you run that through the spreadsheet calculator, that's exactly what it does. If you were to put rates up this year rather than use debt, it would help alleviate the problem for the following year.
Okay, so I guess for members, there's a consideration there of 15% next year for a large amount of debt against advice this year, or a higher rates increase this year with a lower rates increase next year. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. I've got a question, first of all, about financial prudence. And you point out the issue of solving the operational gap. Is it not the case that over successive years we have not acted financially prudently, and our expenditure has been way out of whack, far more than our revenue? And by that I mean putting aside rate increases to cover significant increases in expenditure. And in particular between 2019 and the 23 projection, increases of well over in excess of inflation cumulatively. So if we're talking about financial prudence, how is it we've been able to act so imprudently up until now?
No, is my answer to that. And I'll expand on that answer. We're audited on an annual basis. We're transparent in our information. Our budgets and long-term plans are approved by governing body, and we tend to meet them. The other aspect which gives us good comfort around our financial prudence is actually our credit ratings with Standard & Poor's and Moody's, who do an exhaustive search of that. So that's how I would suggest that we are financially prudent, and I'd leave it there.
Is it not the case that over that period 2019 through to the 2023 projection, that across major parts of the group, including the CCOs, we have had increases in expenditure of 40 to 50% and sometimes more above cumulative inflation over those years? Is that the case? And I'm sure Mr. Williamson to the right of me could answer that if there's an issue.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure that this is a topic relating to the amendment which I came up here to provide financial advice on.
I think that's probably true.
My only reason for addressing this issue goes to this matter of financial prudence that appears to be bandied around against a background of absolute financial imprudence. The other question I've got just goes to the next year, which is the LTP. And essentially I'm mindful that LTP, and Councillor Fletcher has spoken to this, and so has the Mayor, will be directed by the Mayor and Council. And is it not the case that the Mayor has signalled any number of mitigations that may include savings, and they could be cuts, and that does not mean cuts to services, enhances in productivity that Councillor Turner has reinforced on an ongoing basis, and I would suggest are widespread across the entire organisation, the possible enhancement of government funding for any number of issues where Aucklanders are subsidising expenses that are better borne by the government, development contributions, and a number of other mitigations. So is it not the case, particularly given that the Mayor has indicated that the next LTP will be built from a zero base, that we could well achieve significant savings and an absolute turnaround of this organisation, which is desperately required? Is that not an accurate portrayal?
The LTP process is indeed led by the Mayor, and I'm sure it will be fully engaged with, and we will support it as it goes forward.
So what follows is that the mitigations that you are talking about and the projections are essentially based around business as usual. Is that the case?
I was, through you, Your Worship, I was very clear that I had done this without other mitigations for exactly this reason, that the LTP will set that trend. It is the first year of the LTP. So yes, it is a process led by the Mayor and supported by staff.
And I have a further question, and it goes to the dividends and the advice that we've received from Auckland Airport and also officers that there's a projected dividend at this point, 19 million, I think, in September, October this year, 23 million in March, April. I'm mindful also that the performance of the airport is enhancing significantly, and it could well be that those projections are conservative. Is it not desirable for us to actually achieve those dividends? Because in the short term, they supply a significant amount of operational funding as compared to debt funding. And that enhances both our revenue, our capacity to raise debt, and in the short term, our ability to cover off our operational expenses. Thank you.
I believe we've discussed this item already, with the difference between the holding cost being around 100 million and the dividends being well less of that. The other aspect with respect to dividend income is the expectation of that is factored into share price.
I just want to remind people that we're wandering off into the LTP, and I know it's going to be a wonderful thing and characterised by lots of blue sky thinking and wishful thinking, but we are debating Councillor Foley's amendment rather than the LTP, and which I will hope to lead, but I will hope to lead it through sensible debate. I have a question next from...
Through you, my apologies, Mr Mayor. I only raised these issues because they've been raised by other councillors. They were talking about financial prudence. They were talking about projections for next year.
It grows and it wanders off, and so I wasn't particularly picking on you, but I'm saying it's time that we just... Mr Filipina is the next speaker, and he's a stickler for things being done right. So we'll stick to questions only, please, Mr Filipina.
Yep, I know standing orders, Your Worship, so I know that it's part-time. So, tēnā koe te rangatira, tēnā koutou katoa to our staff, and tēnā koe, John. And the reason I'm leaving you last is because my questions relate to Standard & Poor's and Moody's. But the first question is to Peter. Peter, you mentioned that the depreciation in the policy that we have currently to 2028. And the reason I'm mentioning this, because you answered a particular question around the depreciation. Can you advise me that with the depreciation, is that a conversation can be had at the long-term plan, which starts about the 1st of July, that a conversation can happen around this governing body around changing that depreciation policy?
Yes, as with all policies, including the revenue and financing policy and the long-term plan, you can consider how you want to enact that.
Oh, thank you. John, questions to you around our debt to revenue ratio, but also Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Can you tell me what is our current headroom?
Through you, Chair, look, very roughly to our internal target of 270, there's about $1 billion of headroom, up to 290, which is our policy limit, to be about another $1 billion, ballpark.
And percentage-wise, in regards to how high we can go, what is the current position with Auckland Council? Is it 250, 235? Or...
Through you, Chair, the current level is about 250%. The work we've done with S&P and Moody's, we believe we can go to 290% and still maintain our AA rating. I put a big caveat over that, is that that's only looking at the debt to revenue. There are other factors which rating agencies take into account. That's around the quality of our financial management, whether our decisions are prudent and that sort of thing. So they'll look very closely at things like our operating gap and the measures we put in place to fund that, and how prudent and sustainable that is. So it's not just as simple as saying we can put debt up to 290% to maintain the rating. A lot of other factors we need to consider.
So will I be correct in saying as long as we have a plan to mitigate the debt that we do, that will be not an issue at this stage, even though we can go to 290 as long as there's a plan in place. Am I correct in saying that?
Through you, Chair, what the rating agencies will do, they'll look at the overall budget package. They would prefer less debt than more debt, and they would only expect us to use debt in a small amount as a short-term measure. Because to use debt as a medium or long-term measure is simply adding to the problem and kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, so 290%, and without losing the rating that we currently have. That's what I've heard you say. Can you tell me, with the 290%...
If I could just add to that, Councillor, sorry, I just wanted to bring it back to the funding of depreciation as well. My understanding of the conversation around 290 was the circumstances at the time, particularly COVID, and the understanding that we would be fully funding depreciation as well. We delayed it for 3 years, and that was very much then a stake in the ground of a commitment to getting back to that. So I think those two things have to work in tandem, rather than just being seen in differential terms.
Thank you for that, Peter, because I'm only mentioning it because John did, the 290%. So thank you for that. So John, you have further to say. I've got two more questions.
Just to clarify, just to be really clear on this, we can't blindly just go up to 290% and use debt in any way we think and expect to maintain the AA rating. There are a lot of other factors to take into account. So we cannot say that we can run debt up to 290% and we'll maintain the AA rating.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we take it up to 290, John. What I'm asked, and I've asked earlier as well, what I've asked is that how much can we take it up to? And you've said 290%. I've also, and you also mentioned, John, I just wanted to make sure that I clarify this. You also mentioned that we will not be losing a percentage of our current rating, but as long as we have a plan forward. So that's why I asked it. You were the one that said it. So look, my other question I have is that what is the highest that we have gone as an Auckland Council with our debt to revenue ratio as a percentage? What is the highest that we have gone to date since 2010?
Through you, Chair, I haven't got those exact numbers with me, but you know, on the outset of COVID, I think we were certainly in the 270s, maybe as high as 280.
What was the reaction from Standard & Poor's and also Moody's around the 270, 290?
Through you, Chair, again, they don't just look at that in isolation. When it came to COVID, they looked at our overall response to how we dealt with the gaps caused by the COVID revenue shortfalls. And in that situation, we had quite a balanced approach where we cut costs, we cut back on expenditure, we had sold some assets, and we used a modest amount of debt. And they would expect exactly the same approach to the budget gap we have now.
Cool. And last question, Your Worship. How strong is our credit rating now, John?
Through your Chair, it's AA and AA2 for Moody's, so it would be internationally recognised as a very strong credit rating.
Very strong. Thank you.
Councillor Dalton.
No, thank you. My questions were asked by Councillor Walker and Councillor Philippaina.
That might give me an opportunity to talk to the actual highest debt rating we've had, which is 264. So John mentioned the 270-ish space. I do believe we were projecting that to be the case through COVID, but we were slightly better that when the actuals come through at 264.
Yeah, thanks for the input, but the last comment I think was key for me, which is a very strong rating. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if you could remind this governing body committee, how many $1 million is a 1% rate increase?
A 1% increase in general rates equates to about $20 million.
Okay, so we've had people in this debate advocate for a zero rate increase next year, and this does stray into the LTP, but it's important to this. 15% rate increase then would be needing to find $300 million a year next year? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. I just want to check on the numbers. So we are at 250 now without the shares, with holding our shares. We're at 250. And are you saying that 1 billion takes us up 20%? Is that right? Around that? Okay, so with you keep the shares in full, and there's another 570, I think, borrowed this year for capital, and then we've got potentially up to 3 billion with CRL, level crossings, and storm. So doesn't that take us well over 290?
Yeah, all those numbers obviously are very, very rough and subject to negotiations with government on a number of them. But yes, even if those numbers, if we were not to sell and we were to sit at 250 and then incurred another couple of $1 billion of spend, then we'd be at risk.
So at the very least, with the 560 plus the CRL, you're looking at 270 definite, and then we haven't factored in the storm related costs and the potential buyouts.
Yes, that's correct. So the advice John's given is that there's about 2 billion of debt headroom. As we go through the LTP, we have to consider all of those things, the timing of when things occur, and revenue projections, look at it as a whole. But you know, with the proposal, with the revised meal proposal of the sell down an extra $1 billion less debt, that gives you 3 billion of headroom. Clearly, you're in a better position to have more flexibility with 3 billion of headroom than 2 billion of headroom.
Thank you. And just a question for Jim. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Jim. Just a question for Jim, and which you shouldn't, but put the debt headroom aside. If you fill the operations gap with more debt, so you have to find it again, and take the assumption, which is just an assumption, that we don't go past the rates again next year, that we're sitting here at 7-8%. You'd already be looking for about 140 or more of savings again next year if councillors aren't willing to go above 8%. If you're looking at a 15.7% rates increase, like your options for staff and services again.
Well, I guess every 20 million is either 1% of rates or it comes out of expenses. So, you know, to balance the operating budget in one way or another, it would have to be funded either from rates increases or from an expense reduction.
I think that's why he doesn't want to be here. But
Mayor, not a point of order, but I don't think that was appropriate comment. But thanks.
Have you finished your question? Thank you very much for that question. I have no further questions. Staff, I'll ask you to leave and we'll go into the debate section of this. Rightio, we're about to go into the debate over Councillor Fooley's amendment, and she gets the right to be first. Understanding rules, I can limit this to 3 each way, but I'd rather just urge you to be discreet. We have had a lot of debate about this already, and this is way down the track of months of debate about this. So, Councillor Fooley, are you paying attention? We're going to the debate and you're the first cab off the rank too. You done? Okay.
I think...
Thank you.
No, she's just...
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Worship. When you have dug a $12.3 billion hole, why would you keep on digging? It's time to stop kicking the can down the road and deal with Auckland Council's debt and the associated massive daily interest charges on Aucklanders. Auckland's debt is costing Auckland ratepayers $1.5 million a day. Just think about it. Auckland Council's debt is costing Aucklanders a lotto win of $1.5 million a day each and every day throughout the year. The professional finance advice being given by the Chief Executive Officer, and I quote, increasing debt is a short-term answer that could make up the remainder of the year, or next year harder, and is not a prudent approach. The professional financial advice to all councillors goes further, where the Chief Financial Officer adds, and I quote, debt reduces headroom to deal with future shocks and is not a credible or a prudent approach to financial management. We have been told there are future shocks coming. We know at least $3 billion worth of borrowing will be required. That's the City Rail link, the storm damage, buying out red stickered properties and more. But there's others we don't even know about yet. This amendment potentially puts Aucklanders in risk of not being able to deal with another emergency. Taking on even more debt and ballooning out Auckland Council's debt even further, instead of being wise governors of Auckland and fixing Auckland Council, is not a prudent or the right thing to do. Taking on more debt is kicking the can down the road of fixing Auckland. Taking on more debt to deal with Auckland's overspending has been the approach by the majority of councillors under both Len Brown and Phil Goff administrations, and Aucklanders have had a gutsful of paying for it. It's time to fix Auckland and to get rate rises and debt under control. Instead of using debt as a last resort, debt is being used as a first resort. That's what got us into this mess in the first place. I am wholeheartedly in support of keeping residential rates below the rate of inflation. That's because Auckland is in a cost of living crisis and we need to avoid dipping further into Aucklanders' pockets. Equally, I'm keen not to further increase the massive amount of council debt. This is because debt attracts interest repayment costs, which also hits Aucklanders in the pockets because debt has to be repaid. Now is the time for bold and brave decisions to stop wastage and overspending, to get council back to core business and to get control over council-controlled organisations. The Mayor has bent over backwards to reach a compromise. His balanced budget should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you very much. That was a well-written speech, Councillor Sayers. I am going to speak in support of Councillor Foley's amendment, and I've been listening to all the questions around debt, and I hear the concerns around additional debt from councillors. We're talking about an additional 60 million on top of the Mayor's proposal, which is 80 million. I felt like 100 million. I felt like we're talking about $1 billion, and we're worried a lot about what's going to happen next year. Yet I've heard really clearly from Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Williamson, we're going to be taking a new approach to the long-term plan. Every year we do this. Every year has been difficult in more recent times, but we have the opportunity next year to really hone in on those costs. We are still in an unprecedented time. This is not a business as usual budget. Debt is there for us to use at this point in time, and I hear what councillors are saying about the rate increases next year being larger based on business as usual this year. We are saying business will not be as usual when we go through the long-term plan. We do need to reduce debt, and we need to do that properly. We need to do that with a strong evidence base. But we do need to get through this year. And I don't believe, and I have said it many times, that selling our shares in the airport at this point in time is the right way to solve a 325 million gap. I believe that we can work through this. And we talk about the effect on rates on people, and I heard from councillors yesterday from wealthier wards than mine, but certainly you will have your pockets of deprivation where a rates increase will hurt. But if your pockets of deprivation with a simile to a pool table, then we're the pool table. Our communities are the ones that are sitting in the hardest deprivation, and they do own homes, and they do pay rates, and they have said that they would rather pay higher rates, and they've asked us to take on a bit more debt, 60 million, not $1 billion, to get us through these cuts and to retain the airport shares. I'll be supporting Councillor Foley in her amendment, and I look forward to being able to sit down and have a really good look under the bonnet, all of us looking under the bonnet instead of some of us looking under the bonnet, so we can all get the right information at the right time at the same time and get some collaboration going on around here as we build a budget for the next 10 years for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Councillor Foley, whaawhiti, thank you. You know, you've worked really hard on this, and I commend you for coming to the table with something that balances and not just saying no. So well done, well done. It takes a lot of work, and I really appreciate all the effort that you've put in to stand by what you believe in. So thank you. My issue is we have a proposal by the Mayor to reduce our debt by $1 billion. So, Councillor Dalton, we are talking about $1 billion. It's really hard for me to support a budget that keeps our debt and adds $60 million more rather than the Mayor's option, which lowers it by $1 billion. I also don't think that adding $60 million worth of debt to pay OPEX bills just so we can keep the airport shares, which may bring us in $40 million, is a sound financial decision. The other thing that concerns me about it is it risks a credit rating downgrade, which, councillors, we should be very proud of that we've kept, even in the toughest of times, because it reflects our financial management. So there is a lot I congratulate you for, councillor. Your rates option, you know, and your reducing of cuts, but actually how you pay for it is really the one that I'm struggling with. So again, I say thank you, well done, but I'm sorry, I just can't do it. I just don't think that looking at the financial options around debt, which is how we pay for stuff, is the breaking point for me. So I can't support it, I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, I'd like to add my thanks as well. I do appreciate that we're having this debate. It's a debate that we've needed to have because it's a debate that in the public, these are the questions that are on people's minds. And I know people have approached me about this all the time. I'm still getting texts right now as I'm talking. So I do appreciate you bring this to the table, but look, I have to say that I'm not going to support this. And if I did support this, I would feel irresponsible to my ward, irresponsible to Aucklanders and their future services. We have huge things coming down the pipeline. We've got the CRL, we've got storm-related costs to come, add in buyouts of people's homes that are flooding all the time and risking their lives. This is mainly West Auckland issues as well, those buyouts, I would suggest. I'd be letting down West Aucklanders if I put that in jeopardy, and we need the debt headroom for these kind of things. They're coming toward us and we know it. We know it. Look, the other thing is that we also need debt headroom to cover over the decades of underfunding that we have done for infrastructure in this city. Suburban Auckland has taken on all the housing. 12 years, Henderson Massey's been packing it in. And what investment have they got for that? Bugger all. One pool for 250,000 people in West Auckland. How are we going to pay for these things? We pay for these investments through debt, and we need that headroom for these investments. They'll be in trouble anyway. We need to fight for that in future years. We vote this through, I think that fight's already over. I don't want to go back to my ward and say, no Massey pool, I'm sorry. You know, the other thing that's come up is there's been some discussion around hooning in on our costs and our savings in future years. The previous budget, the budget that we went out in December, that I called the black budget yesterday, that talked about cuts to homeless funding. It talked about cuts to arts centres, things that Aucklanders value very, very much. And if we put this off and we're staring down the barrel of a 15% rate increase next year, those things will be back on the table and more. I'm telling you now. So come on, guys. Let's treat this financial issue that we have as a 3-year problem, and let's take a significant step this year to solving it so that we can get back to investing in things like pools, get back to investing in things that will serve the people of Auckland. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much for that. Councillor Watson, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And let's be very clear at the outset here that the proposal put up by Councillors Foley and Filipina is a genuine alternative. It presents a balanced budget that has been recognised. It enables us to retain ownership of all the shares. It restores the funding to local board. It keeps rates at the level the Mayor first went out at. Hope the Ratepayers Alliance are keeping check of that. The trade-off is short-term debt. At the centre of this, the centrepiece of this motion and any motions or amendments coming back still remains the sale of the airport shares. That is really a lazy option out, as councillors were told by specialists earlier in the week, and it will just enable to watch the debt climbing right back up again. And indeed, that's already what's predicted in the council investor update. We have new debt approaching nearly $1 billion over the next couple of years, and that's not accounting the cost of refinance debt. So straight onto the debt escalator, at the same time as the asset you have sold grows in value. That's really the worst of both worlds. The partial sale option that will be coming up later is really a cop-out. We've seen how this plays out with the diversified assets portfolio. A first cut merely laying the ground for the full disposal. It might seem like a compromise, and compromise is a nice sounding word, but it's not. It's a backdoor to a full sale. I quoted exactly the details yesterday, how that went down previously and how it will go down here. First up, $335 million fund, a smaller version of the airport shares, 100 million gone straight away. Within 13 months, the balance 240 odd gone as well. But councillors who've been around here, they know that. People have been sitting around here, they know that. They also know what happened to Auckland Council Investments Limited, an organisation with considerable commercial and investment expertise, plenty of financial literacy there. Probably a little too much for their own good. They consistently posted record profits and returns to council, but their functioned assets again speedily transferred to the council group as councillors were reassured the merits of the disestablishment rely on the preservation of the commercial return from AIAL and Ports of Auckland. I don't see too much of that commercial return being preserved today. Even as recently as the last term of council under Phil Goff, there was another attempt to address this or advance this airport sale. That was, interestingly enough, summarily dismissed by the Mayor at that time, and Mr Goff wasn't exactly a man averse to selling off public assets over his career, but even he drew the line at the airport shares, emphatically and expeditiously dismissing this proposal, along with its proponents, on the basis that there was no shortage of eager buyers who would be lining up to buy the shares, and in those circumstances, why would you consider any sort of sale? And what made Mr Goff say that? Well, quite simply, $2.4 billion in shareholder returns over a 7-year period. After 3 years of the pandemic, those returns sat at 1.7, climbing to 2.19, currently sitting at 2.346. When we think of the numbers that are getting tossed around, that's a 586 million increase in just since last year. Similarly, the dividend payments suspended, but due to return. 42 this year, 52, and increasing exponentially after that. As to the value of those shares, there's really no doubt about them. Listen to what the brokers say. AAI remains a rare, high-quality infrastructure business. Another, AAI represents one of the world's most strategic airport assets, and the outlook has improved as international borders have now been opened. And the canny investors that we know are sitting there, they're lining up, not up to help Auckland Council out. They know that good returns are around the corner, and in fact, on an exponential level, once that passenger numbers sitting at 80% recover fully. So, quite simply then, a decision over the sale of the shares, as Mr Crawford said, is premature. Nothing has changed, partial or full. Nothing changes that. And councillors have been told that. Our most valuable asset should be the last resort, as other people have said. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And there's enough councillors around there who should be paying attention to that. The cost, the spirited argument about learning from the past is not particularly evident in just ensuring the status quo remains. It is only this alternative that presents a different way forward, not the same old tried and disproven ways of the past that some speakers have already referred to today. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I will be supporting it enthusiastically.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hopefully I can have something come up on the screen in a minute. There's a wonderful old...
Can I have some clarification on the reference to these notes? Sorry, my audio is not going. Is this within the standing orders in a speaking turn to a motion to have an audio visual? Otherwise I'll be presenting some Emerson cartoons.
Have you got them ready?
I think it's up to my discretion. Let's see what's on them.
Well, no, and that's not the question. The question is it within the standing orders to refer to an audio-visual presentation?
Yes, it is within my description. I've just asked the standing order policeman. Okay.
So it's you're using your discretion as opposed to it being provided for in the standing orders, Chair.
Provided for me to use my discretion, which presumably you must have thought about.
Further point of order, I'd ask why this wasn't offered as an opportunity to all members around the table.
Agreed.
It was up to him.
I'm happy to move in support of Mr Williamson.
If it upsets everybody, I'm sure Councillor Williamson can survive without it, but it is within my discretion to have that. And if it aids the thing, we'll see. I don't know what's in this any more than anybody else does.
My understanding is the precedent was yesterday.
Only 2 slides, and it's actually just information, that's all.
I've got a compromise, Mr Mayor. Perhaps if Councillor Williamson wants to email it around to us, that'd be...
I'd prefer to see it on the screen. It's a lot easier. It's big print.
Well, so far I have speakers from both sides of this argument who are okay about it, and speakers from both sides of the argument who aren't. So I think we'll let it up there, and we'll see how we go.
Okay.
But
Close your eyes.
Excuse me, Mayor. Sorry, sort of maybe it's not a point of order, but it does, I just want to say it does set a strange precedent to, I've never seen this before, and I think there's a risk that 20 of us bring presentations every time, and that's not something we've discussed, so I find it very strange, but. Yeah.
Well, it is unusual, but then again, quite a lot of the debate we've had is unusual, so, and I'm prepared to listen. So, and as I say, there are people on both sides of the vote here who seem to be okay about it, so, and if you don't, you can always look away.
So, Your Worship, just to confirm, your ruling is that they will be allowed?
At this stage, I have the discretion to allow it. I've asked around the room, and there are people from both sides of the argument who don't seem to be upset by it. So, in the interests of a fairness, there are people on both sides.
So now then I'm going to do a presentation when I speak. Where do I send that presentation to? To Sandra? I mean, I got no problems. I'll do a presentation during the break, and then I'll send it to Sandra, so then that can be up there. Thank you, Your Worship. Good ruling.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're going to do it for one, we must do it for all. But I may have opened a can of worms. We'll see how well we go with this one. If everyone behaves sensibly about this, we'll allow it in the future. But if they're all going to use it as point scoring, we won't. Let's take a big risk. I have no idea what's in these things, just to make sure you're not thinking I'm prejudging. But let's see how this goes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a wonderful old Latin saying which is contra vera nihil obstat, which is against fact there is no argument. So I wanted to put these numbers up for you now, if I can. I don't want you to read that because I've got it in a graphical form, but these are figures from the council showing what's happened to our rates and what has happened to CPI. And if I turn it to the graphical form, you will be able to see that this first graph, if it moves, there we go. Oops, I need to go back to the third one if we could, Sandra. Okay, I'll take it through. The remote's not. Okay, the first graph is what's happened to rates, and you can see that that has run on an index basis from the 1 since this council was formed up to around 1600. The second graph is what's happened to CPI over that time, running to an index of about 1300. The reason I'm putting that up there is to make every councillor here aware that rates have run significantly ahead of CPI year on year on year, and I find that unconscionable. I've heard councillors sitting around this table saying they have got constituents who are having to make tough decisions about whether they heat their house or pay for food on the table. And I know there are people out there like that in all wards, not just the southern wards. And I know people who are on fixed incomes who cannot keep having their rates just pushed up and up. And that graph shows you that there is no argument about, oh, well, just this time, just this year, we should be pushing rates up. It's happened year on year on year, and now you've had a doubling from a 60% increase in rates over a 30% CPI from those numbers. That's why I wanted that graph put up, because I cannot be even slightly comfortable with people wanting to shove rates up again just this year above CPI, because we've done it every other year, and now it's all right just for one more year. And the other thing, I don't know what exists, because I don't know the meaning, but I've heard it used by so many people, short-term debt. Because I don't think this council knows what short-term debt is. I would have I only slapped that together in the last couple of minutes, but I'd love to have put a graph of our debt. It's just going up all the time, year on year on year. So if it was short-term, it would have gone up and then gone right back down again. But it didn't. And I'm making a plea to every one of you who are concerned about people in your wards who are on fixed incomes, who you say they can't even afford to put food on the table, or the decisions they're having to make to try and keep afloat. And families who couldn't afford $3 to an event centre, I heard. They haven't got that $3 to send their kids to one of those things. They haven't got it, but we're prepared to rank their rates up significantly again, as we have done year on year. So my plea is to you, whatever your solutions be, I'll be voting against this amendment, but whatever your solutions are, please look towards the bottom box, the bottom right-hand box of your calculator that you've got, and please make sure that that red arrow of rates both this year and future years is not keeping that graph carrying on where we go above inflation year on year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think it was fairly clear. Councillor Newman.
I can't believe that we are spending several hours today talking about amendments based on pulling the debt lever. I just can't believe that. Borrowing your way to prosperity is no solution. It is like trying to run the council's budget like an Afterpay app. That's what's being proposed. Crumbling assets that need to be renewed, proper asset stewardship. That is why we have to fund depreciation. And I'm sorry, but that is my constituents are most definitely not asking me to borrow more money for the purpose of funding the operating cost of this organisation, which will be paid for by not maintaining our assets properly. And they see what we're doing in the Woody Licensing Trust space. We are properly renewing assets, and they're saying to me, why can't you do that with council-owned assets? The answer is that we're continuing to run a balance sheet which is based on funding groceries through debt rather than paying for the depreciation of our assets. And that has to stop. And I have to say, Councillor Foley, I respect you, but I'm looking at this draft budget and I'm seeing a whole lot more short-term debt for 1 year. What comes the year after that? And the year after that, and the year after that? The reality is the costs that are described in the proposed amendments, they are operating costs, and they're not 1 year only. They have to be paid every year, and I don't see that solution. That what is being talked about, a conversation about the long-term plan, the long-term plan will not be a conversation. The long-term plan will be a fix-up job for the stuff that we don't do properly now and for the costs that are just kicked down the road for another 12 months. So I think that depreciation is the worst lever to pull. Been better off, frankly, to just propose an amendment to hike the rates up in order to pay for some of this, and that's not going to get passed. So, Councillor Foley, respectfully, I don't know about you, but I am very nervous about the scale of the changes in that long-term plan. And I think if there's someone around this table this morning who has articulated it the best, it's actually Councillor Henderson, who has had the foresight to say no, because if we don't act now, you won't have a choice in that long-term plan discussion. The mitigations that are coming will be far more expensive to your constituents and mine than what could otherwise be achieved. I hope that we're not going to have debates along these lines all morning because, frankly, the debt lever is no solution.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Baker.
Oh, look, I absolutely endorse what Councillor Newman said, and well, that's something you don't hear every day. But also, I just want to acknowledge the comments of Councillor Henderson, Councillor Sayers and the Deputy Mayor thus far. Absolutely agree. I mean, no surprise, I don't support the use of debt or hiking rates. Made that fairly clear yesterday. And I also just want to acknowledge, I think through this whole annual plan process, but today as well, the objective and quality advice we've had from our staff. And I'm not one to buy into conspiracy theories. We are part of a team, and they have, I believe, I've been sitting in here most of the time as a local board chair for 12 years, listening to annual plan debates and long-term plan debates, and interesting on some of the decisions, and quite right, Councillor Watson, about heads being hung in shame on occasions. But I just want to say, I believe this year the quality advice has been outstanding, and I want to, publicly, I guess, thank the staff because I found it incredibly useful, and I've sat there with an open mind from day one, and it's allowed me to form my opinion now. Look, basically, I'm, as has been said by the likes of Councillor Newman, to borrow our way out of a financial hole is quite unbelievable. It is neither sustainable, credible, or wise in my view. And, you know, we know, when we talk about rates, we know what that means. It's been made clear to us what that means for next year. We cannot just put blinkers on and think about this year only. We've done that enough. And Councillor Williamson, I'm a bit of a visual person. I liked your graphs and your information. I think sometimes we just get in our own way by trying to stop being informed. And so I appreciate the fact that you put up. I look forward to Councillor Filipaina's history lesson and pictures later to take the place of the history lesson thus far. Look, you know, I will not be supporting this amendment. It is a huge step backwards. It's sort of ironic that it's coming from the people figuratively to my right, but who come to this council with a Labour Party banner, and I look at the government. So I look at the government responsible lending. I didn't think it was a secret. The government's responsible lending policy that was to prevent vulnerable people from putting themselves into dodgy situations with lending. And I don't think we're vulnerable, but I think, you know, you could apply that to us. So I will not be supporting it and endorse what's been said by some of my colleagues.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is a interesting vibe for me, because I was annoyed that I couldn't bring my own PowerPoint presentation, because I would have shown Councillor Williamson why we have increased rates slightly higher than inflation for the last 10 years, because for decades and decades, councils have not invested in the infrastructure we needed for this city. They have not invested in the depreciation, and they have not invested in the interest payments for that debt. Debt is okay when we're building new assets. And guess what? When I got on this council, we had a 2015 long-term plan which put $18 billion in capital over the 10 years. In 2021, we passed a budget that put $32 billion into capital. The reason why rates were starting to travel up, but obviously if you look at this budget, weren't high enough to cover the cost of what we're doing, is because we were investing. And my PowerPoint presentation would have shown the trains and the stations and the new builds of leisure centres and the things that we've done and replaced. The City Rail Link, the Central Interceptor, the huge amounts of investment in pump stations and all the sorts of things that people have been complaining about. The Te Ara Awataha, which is a huge, amazing project in Northcote, which stopped the flooding in that area because we spent tens of millions working with the government to do. There are countless examples of where we are getting to investing in infrastructure, but we made a choice to borrow for new assets because councils before us did not. So some of that debt, a lot of that debt, is our choice to invest in the future. My problem with this amendment is that it pushes more into the operational space, which leaves a gaping hole in next year. And as I said yesterday, I cannot sit here and do this to our staff again, to our city again, to our organisations who literally came up to me the last few months saying, we are thinking about making staff redundant in the environment space, in our community organisations. Our local boards were losing significant amounts of funding. There is only one option, and for the people who think that it's going to be magical, this amendment only gives us 6.7% rates increase. So you're telling me that the amendment actually is a percentage less than the mayor's, but also this will lead us, when we put those targeted rates back in, to 15.7%. And I know the numbers around here are not for 15.7%. I know the numbers are barely here for the 7.7, because Julie Ferry and others have asked. She said, if we don't sell the shares, Would people support the rates to cover it? And there were very few people that said that, and there definitely wasn't 11 votes. So we are at an issue. I've lost votes around this term, including what I believe is a mean-spirited one on discretionary spending, which took away traps and seedlings from our volunteers. It took away Anzac Day wreaths. It took away our coffee machines for our staff, the very one little benefit they get for working here. It took away professional development. So I was on the losing side of that vote. So I know if what Morris and others have planned to fill that gap, because I know that the rates won't be there to cover it, I will lose a vote on hundreds of millions of dollars of cuts next year. I know that. So if I don't make a good decision here today to fill that gap with either revenue or something, we're going to lose more jobs, and the people who've come to me in tears who are up for jobs being lost or think they are finding a new job because they're sick of the lack of vision and the constant cuts, it's 4 years of it. You know, the mental health in this place is not good, and if you've missed that, you need to go talk to staff from any department, any CCO, and if we don't make a good decision here and we fill that gap with debt and we leave another hole, and we tell the public, hey, please, tell us what you love, tell us what we need to save again next year, I think that is not a good thing. We will not protect our environment, we will not bring those targeted rates back, and I know I'll be on the losing vote of significant cuts again, because I've heard in workshops what people think of departments, what people think of our staff, what people think of the things we do that I believe is important to invest in the city. So if we don't make a good decision today, we are leaving that up to someone else, and I won't support those cuts, but I know there won't be the votes for the rates to cover it. So I'm sorry I can't support this. I understand what you're trying to do, but it's really, really concerning that we're sending ourselves into another big hole.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've heard a number of comments around the room, and all of us are in the same solution space. That is, we want the best for Auckland. One of the fairly unique things about councils is they exist in perpetual succession. So in 100 years' time, there'll be a bundle of people that won't be us, but they'll also be considering the future of this city, and it'll be somewhat different. But having said that, where we are now is built on the legacy of our forefathers, our city fathers, the people that have invested in this city, the people that built this building, for example. And I think we should be immensely grateful to Legacy Manukau, Sir Barry Curtis in particular, Legacy Auckland City and the other councils that put in place the investments that have enabled us to get where we are and get through the difficulties we have now. And I'll come back to that in a minute. But certainly, in the past, councils have had a handle on expenditure. And as Morris Williamson pointed out, our expenditure relative to our income is out of control. And if there is something that a rating a rater looks like Moody's or the like, it's actually your expenditure and how sustainable you are. And it actually surprises me that we receive information from officers over time, frankly, that has not been prudent. That is my personal view. So that is what we need to get in control of, more so than anything else. It's even more important than debt, because if your expenditure is out of control, then you're going to end up in a worse off position. What really concerns me in terms of timing is our city fathers would not have made a long-term decision like this so quickly. They would have been far better informed than what we are. I've asked a number of questions about investments around what a diversified fund would look like going into the future, and we have not had that information here. I put to you, if we had $2 billion and we were generating, let's say 10% return on that a year, maybe more than that, that's $200 million, maybe $300 million a year. What difference would that make to this city going forward? What would a diversified fund like that make in terms of our rainy day provision for dealing with things into the future? How much would that enhance our credit standing and so on? and Aucklanders' confidence in our future. Now, we have not had that conversation, and this motion at least gives us the opportunity to have that discussion in the long-term plan where it is best considered. As far as the airport is concerned, we have no need to move on this quickly. It is a rock-solid investment. It's giving a dividend this next year. That dividend will go up significantly. I would suggest it will go up in capital appreciably over the next year, and we would be far better off to retain it until a position where we're in a sound position to consider all the merits, which we are not now. The suggestion by Lotu and others is a balanced budget. Yes, it does push up debt, but debt relatively is coming down to revenue. That's what the forecast is. And if we had a diversified fund, we'd be able to pay it down much quicker, because it's not going to come down more quickly otherwise. I would say that. And this notion of scare tactics and the like around the next year is, I think, a misnomer. Misnomer. We can get a handle on our expenditure, and it does not have to mean cuts to services if we're smart. So I support this motion. I think it's prudent. It's the way forward, so that we've got all the information at our fingertips, which we do not have now.
Mayor Brown, sorry to interrupt. Could I just make a quick apology to Morris? I singled him out and he wouldn't do that to me, and he's allowed his opinion. Apologies for doing that, Councillor Williamson.
I'm sure Councillor Williams has broad shoulders. And thank you. Following that little bit of wishful thinking, we'll go on to Councillor Ferry, please.
All right. Probably not going to be as impassioned as some of my colleagues. Yeah, let's see where we go. So I just first wanted to note that the parents and ancestors of the city we have today were not just fathers. And also I wanted to particularly acknowledge the gifts of mana whenua that have brought us to this place today. What I see playing out here is the key dichotomy, I think, that plays out in the politics of our city and has for many years, which is the tension between those who want council to cost less and those who want council to achieve more. And I'm not putting a value judgment on, I mean, obviously, you know, I pick one of those sides, but I'm not putting a value judgment on either of them at this point. I think that's the key dividing line when we have all of these debates. And this year, it is probably more finely balanced than it has been in the past. And so that is part of the challenge around the table and why there are some interesting political alliances forming. For me, I'm not scared of putting up rates, and I've mentioned that before. And thank you, Councillor Hill, sorry to single you out for mentioning my attempts to have those conversations. As has been pointed out, one of the reasons why our rate increases have been more than CPI is because of the lack of investment. And in the part of the city that I was on the local board for 12 years, I saw that lack of investment going back to the Auckland City Council days, and indeed in some cases Mount Roskill Borough Council days, writ quite clearly. Every time we did a car park project, not my favourites car parks, but some people use them, I use them myself sometimes, we would discover that the foundations had not been adequately laid. And so it would cost us a whole lot more to renew that asset than we thought, because corners were cut when it was built. And those corners were cut to make council cost less, not to achieve more. I can give many examples in that space. We had a roof of the Wesley Community Centre, the only community centre in Mount Roskill supported by the council, which failed after only 10 years. And it failed because Auckland City had sweated that asset, cut the maintenance budget, and we couldn't go either the installer of the roof or the people who made the product, because they had voided the warranty through cutting the maintenance budget. So costing less has consequences, and it has had a lot of consequences in my neck of the woods. When we think about the impact of rates on the cost of living, there are several elements to cost of living type indexes like the CPI. There's food, there's shelter, transport, energy, clothing, healthcare and childcare. Those are the ones commonly used internationally. So cost of living, rates speaks to the shelter portion, right? We know that internationally, the affordable level of rates in terms of as a percentage of household income is around 5% of a household income. Our rates have been consistently well under this, and even if we went to 12.7% rates, which is the number I would prefer, would still be well under 4%. I think it works out at 3.51, something like that. It's 3.5 at the moment. By far, the greater contribution to the cost of living issues around the cost of shelter specifically are not rates. They are around things like rents, which are actually set more by what the market will bear. Yes, landlords will pass on rates increases, they always do, but what they're actually doing is setting them based on a shortage of housing, which again goes back to underinvestment and bad decisions in the past. Whew. What also we would potentially increase for cost of living were we to reduce services and make cuts, whether it's this year or next year or in the future, would be to increase the cost of transport, to potentially increase the cost of childcare, and to increase the other components of shelter as well. So I don't buy the argument that rates is the only thing that we're doing that can potentially put the cost of living up. There's a lot of other stuff that we have an influence on that influences the cost of living. I want to finally turn to the issue about the ECE. I've been a staunch supporter for the ECE sector, and I'm kind of disappointed with the approach that's been taken with this amendment, partly because I'd been working on a compromise which I thought people were on board with, and this was a surprise, but also because it doesn't acknowledge the wish of local boards to get the revenue, in particular the Otara Papatoetoe local board, which said they wanted to exit regional service. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. I did send through a PowerPoint because I was inspired by Councillor Williamson. No way. So I'm hoping it can go up. Thank you. Look forward to it. Tēnā koutou katoa. I only have 2 slides, but tēnā koutou katoa, talofa lava, ni hao. I actually want to thank the Mayor for making us really look at what is important to us. So much so that we've had to kind of align with people we would never think we would. And I think that that's pretty cool. You know, like we all have different opinions. We all have different things that we value. We're all representing our communities and trying to do the best that we can. And so that's because you made us do that. So aside from your put downs, you've made us do this, so that's pretty cool. Thank you. So yeah, representing my community, the very community that some of you speak about who are struggling, and we all know it. You know, we've all got residents in our areas that are still living in their cars because they can't afford a home, people who are renting, people who do own their homes, and everybody is struggling. And I know this, we're talking about food, I deliver food parcels, and I know I'm now delivering food parcels to areas that are the flash parts of my area. So I do acknowledge many are struggling. I put this up because this is from the Auckland plan. And if we had a budget that focused on this, we wouldn't be putting up the cuts that we're putting up the cuts first. All Aucklanders will be part of and contribute to society, access opportunities, and have the chance to develop to their full potential. The areas of council that look at servicing this for us are the ones that are being put up to be cut, that address the inequity in our city. You know, the vibrancy, yes, the arts, the culture, the events, our community funding, our regional services, our safety services that they provide, the leadership and collaboration, those were all put up to be cut first. Please do not tell me that they are going to be saved because they were not secured in this budget. They were put up to be saved on the basis that we sell the airport shares. So they are not valued, they are not protected. And so that's why I put this up. I asked myself, what is my job here? And I look to the Local Government Act. A local authority should ensure prudent stewardship and the efficient and effective use of its resources in the interests of its region. Efficient and effective use of its resources. In order to look forward, I need to look back. And so I look at the airport company established in 1988 with local government in Auckland owning 51%. Since then, North Shore City sold its shares. Franklin City Council sold its shares. I think you got like 14.2 million. North Shore got like 2.6 million to reduce debt, to reduce the plan rates rises, and to kind of do your investment accounts. Rodney District Council sold their shares. Papakura District Council sold its allocation. Waitakere City sold its shares. Auckland City retained some. Manukau City debated selling shares to clear its debt and invest the remainder. The exact same position we are in now, selling to pay down debt. But Manukau, Auckland, they kept them, and now these shares are worth $2.2 billion. My point is, shares were sold to pay down debt. How's that working with a debt that is now $12 billion? So here we are again, and my next slide is this. Insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So the shares were sold, debt was paid down, and we are back here again talking about selling shares to pay down debt. If we sell these, even though it's partial, we learned yesterday that partial opens the door to full, and we've done it before with the diversified investment fund that you mentioned, Councillor Watson. So what needs to change is thinking that selling the shares is going to be the circuit breaker, is going to be the thing that makes a difference when actually holding on to them has. And it's thanks to those public servants and politicians back in the day that had the foresight to hold on to these shares. We owe them a debt of gratitude for their long-term thinking to safeguard these assets for future generations. In fact, so that we could be in the position that we're in now to have this debate. So I thank them for their foresight and not looking to it to be some kind of circuit breaker, when, as I've just mentioned, it is not a circuit breaker. It's something that was looked at in the past, done in the past. It's not bold and brave. In fact, it's just trying to do something that we tried to do before that didn't really work. So in a way, it's kind of lazy. So it's a short-term fix, knee-jerk reaction that sells out our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Filipina, rather. Sorry.
Oh, good. Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I think I need to address the Labour comment, and I'm going to do that. And proud to be in this position as a Labour candidate. Proud. But proud with only 18 of the 19 years I've been here, because I got in as independent. So, Your Worship, I also have a lot of respect for Councillor Baker, and will, even after enduring this. And the reason I mention that is because, Your Worship, for me, local government, central government, two totally different beasts. And so my decisions I have made in the 19 years I've been here have always been for my community. Hence, 38 and a half years in the police in Counties Manukau. And I can tell you now that I am fully supportive of this recommendation. Why? What I've heard so far around this particular table is interesting, Your Worship, and colleagues, and that is people have been mentioning debt. People have been mentioning rates and the impact it will have. This particular one is actually lower than the mayoral proposal. So I'm thinking, why are you then saying, oh, look, you know, it's going to have a big effect on our community, when I think I understand that the the rates, the residential rate is less than what we have for the proposal yesterday, I think, Councillor Foley. So, I mean, I'm hearing everybody talk about rates, but this is less. When you talk about debt, and the reason I asked the questions of John Bishop, and also I asked of, if I have, with our finance team, the reason I asked those questions around the debt ceiling is because of the $900 million hole that we ended up facing in that emergency budget. Guess who put us through that, and guess who took us out into the light, for want of a better term? The Deputy Mayor, along with her finance team and with the councillors around this particular table. So, Desi, I congratulate you on that, because that $900 million one, I can tell you, had a lot of debate around this particular chamber. But you took us through as finance chair and everything else, so I applaud you for that. This particular hole that we're facing now, again, I asked the questions yesterday. This is not of either our staff or our making. This is why I went through when we ended up looking at the 295 when we had 90 million identified. Nothing to do with anything around the words I'm hearing, mismanagement. There's nothing to do with that. We inherited it. His Worship, the Mayor didn't inherit it. None of the councillors here inherited it. We all inherited that. 90 million was identified. We then ended up getting, as I pointed out, you had higher interest rates, cost, reduced profitability, reduced reserve projections. We inherited it. And we are going to see our way through that now. And this is the way that we get ourselves through it, is with this recommendation. And Councillor Bartley, I'm glad you mentioned that the sale and which Legacy Council sold, because I'm not going to go through that, because my colleague on the left said if I did, he was going to walk out. So I'm not going to even go back on the history. So thank you for that history. But look, I just needed to put one thing on the table in regards to that. This is about the airport shares. And I will have, Your Worship, I will have a PowerPoint. I'm still trying to do it now. When we end up, depending on how we get on with this, I will be voting for this, because this is the right thing to do. And my last comment, well, no, there might be some more depending on how long I got left before the bell. Oh. So my last comment is this. Councillor Ferry, you mentioned renters. You mentioned them, and I totally agree, because everybody in the areas that we have across Tamaki and Makaurau are paying rent. But guess what happened with the food? 41,000 people that ended up going this. They ended up, the majority, ended up saying, we're okay with the debt, we're okay, especially with the sale of the airport shares. 59. Thank you, kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Councillor Leone, please.
Kia ora. I want to start by just saying that I will be supporting this. And I just also want to continue with the kōrero that I started with yesterday by saying this is not the right time to look at one of our most significant assets we have, especially when we know the shares are predicted for the $40 million dividend and the value that the shares have increased since we started this discussion. I want to go back about the rates and talk about the rates. There are some cities in Aotearoa that have gone up to 18% because they didn't increase their rates sooner. I am concerned that in previous terms that they weren't increased sooner. Wellington's gone up by 13%, and others have mentioned that unfortunately we know we would not have had the numbers for that to pass here. If we look at the partial sale, then this will only solve the problem for this year's budget. And I also support the concerns that Councillor Henderson has raised, specifically around West Auckland. I absolutely agree with the concerns highlighted. I'm just asking that we go into those discussions with everything on the table when we go into the LTP. We do not have a clearly set out plan on this $1 billion. If we did, and if we knew exactly that it was going to go on the things that were highlighted by Councillor Henderson, then I think it'd be a very different discussion. The impact of the floods will go on for years, but we don't need to solve it today. There are a number of other assets we should consider selling in the long-term plan. We've heard about the golf courses, we've heard about a number of other things, but I believe that we have not been given all of that information to make the best informed decisions that we can as councillors. After discussions with the experienced financial advisors, we were informed that we could go above our debt ceiling as long as we have a clear plan to address this within a clear time frame, and I believe that we can do that. What I'm saying is I'm not ruling out having discussions about selling the shares in the future, even in the near future, but to have all of those things on the table and to weigh that up clearly. I agree that we have to cut back, and we need to continue to cut back in certain areas, given our costs outweigh our revenue and inflation. But again, that in-depth discussion should be in LTP. We can discuss all those options there. I'll end my kōrero with the struggle is real, but let's not address this by selling one of our most significant assets. Let's lay it all on the table, work as a team to look at every single option we have before we sell this critical asset that we have for our city, Tamaki Makaurau, that was first discovered by mana whenua here many years ago, that we continue to work in co-governance with. And my final concern that I want to highlight about the alternative is mana whenua and the option of them selling the airport shares. I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that that has not been prioritised in the discussions, and I know that we will be able to, there may be an option to discuss that later. But I think, again, we need that additional time through LTP if we are going to be true to our relationship with mana whenua here in Tamaki Makaurau, to ensure we are doing our best to sell our assets to mana whenua as point of first refusal, rather than just diving into this decision straight away today. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members. I commended you, Mr. Mayor, for the display of leadership during that long day yesterday. And I listened carefully to your advice this morning about your willingness to compromise, and that we should be willing to compromise. I can tell you my first response to the airport sale proposal was to have a showdown and vote it down and throw it out, as has happened apparently in here in the past. However, we need to bear in mind that Councillor Foley's amendment is very much a compromise, because it keeps your original proposal intact, but it places it where it should be properly addressed, and that is in the long-term plan. In terms of leadership, out of this crisis, I see another leader of the future emerging, Mr. Mayor, and that is Councillor Foley. I've been in politics for over 30 years in Auckland, and so I think I see talent. I know talent when I see it. The English statesman Edmund Burke once said that society is a contract between three interested parties: the living, the dead, the ancestors, and the unborn, the future generations. And if any issue pertains to Edmund Burke's social contract, this airport, the shares of which were bequeathed to us by Aucklanders of the past, and should be used to benefit the people of the people of Auckland now, the living, and should be handed on to future generations. I just want to make the point that addressing this question in the long-term plan, other councillors have made this point also, and that will enable us to look at all the contributing factors regarding our financial budget challenge that we have in front of us in the present day. It will enable a comprehensive and systematic examination of our whole budget. And, you know, while we're arguing about a million here or a point of a rates rise there, we're talking about a record budget. There's no mystery about why there's a deficit. We have advocated, our advisors have advocated, and you, Mr Mayor, a spend up of 3.6 billion in OPEX and 2.8 billion in CAPEX, and the whole debate has been focused on Kauri kids and CAB and local board cuts and library hours, when the bulk of the spending has been kept away not only from the councillors but from the public. And next year we have the chance, in the coming next month, beginning next month, we have the chance to do what you have advocated in your election campaign, a fundamental examination and change to the way we do things here in this council. Rushing to judgment, rushing to the market now, as we've been advised to, is not prudent. If anything is prudent, it's not that. If anything is imprudent, is a bulk sale of all our shares on the 1st of July, and that's what we've been advised. Can I say that there are a number of concerns? There are another good, apart from the positive aspects of getting all the information that we need before we make a decision, there are some disquieting concerns about this proposed selling these shares right now. There is concern about the way we've gone about it, that in terms of the Local Government Act, our requirements under Section 82, 83, in terms of consultation, in terms of the special consultative procedure. The fact of the matter is there's no formal resolution to adopt the special consultative procedure. The way we've conducted this annual plan is just like any other annual plan, very much like have your say and the council will have its way, which I mentioned yesterday. Even in terms of the discussion we had on the 15th of February, when one of the councillors here, or some of the councillors here, argued for a formal hearing, and I guess because we didn't adopt the special consultative procedure at that critical meeting, councillors were able to say, perhaps without realising it, that they didn't want to be sitting in a room listening to the public all day, and it was unfair to expect high-paid staff to be sitting in this chamber listening to people all day, overlooking the fact that this was a special consultative procedure. That's challengeable, if anything's challengeable in the courts. So I think it would be very wise to take this amendment on board. Everything remains intact. Work could begin next month on a thorough review, and I think that is the way to deal with this. I just want to pay tribute, before I close, to the foresight of the regional leaders, the mayors and councillors, first of all those leaders who built the airport in the first place, for future generations. And those mayors of the past, including the one on my right, Councillor Fletcher, former Mayor of Auckland, who handed those shares on. And I want to note in particular Dame Kath Tizard, and also especially Sir Barry Curtis. Sir Barry Curtis,
Can you wrap it up,
perhaps
please?
of all the leaders, was the most passionate and still is concerned about the legacy of the airport shares, and his wish is to see those shares handed on to future generations, and he's calling for our support, and I think he deserves it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I do have to say that this process has not been rushed. It has been anything but rushed. In fact, I proposed my first one in December last year, and I may not even get to even have it voted on yet. Thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Foley's process is going to be even less rushed.
Your Worship, one of the best things to come out of the budget thus far, and not just you exercising the considerable patience that we are all surprised with, but is the way in which we've been able to all work together on this and stick to the issues and not have a, getting drawn into personalities. So I really welcome the determination that everyone is expressing to get all of these issues onto the long-term plan, and let's just hope that that is what occurs. So I've got enormous sadness that I am not going to be supporting you with this amendment, because I know, Councillor Lotu, it is a really genuine attempt to address the difficult situation we are in. So I feel sad about that. But ultimately, we all have to exercise and own the votes that we will cast. And right now, my judgment, my instinct is that we have to preserve our position in terms of some debt headroom. We don't know what is going to befall us in the next little while. And I need to be consistent with my role that I have on the audit committee, where I've been one of those who have really encouraged officers to have to come before us and have complete disclosure in terms of risks. So it was solely on that basis yesterday I indicated my support for some small share of sales to be sold. I want to tell some of you, Councillor Lee has referred to the fact, I almost brought a cartoon in today of me saving the airport shares because I had to fight to save those airport shares. But that's not the real reason why it really hurt to make that concession yesterday. My late father, some of you might have known, Ted Lees. He was a World War II veteran. He was part of the original Hush Hush, which became the SAS. He served through Italy. He served for years on the harbour board, and he always told me, never let those airport shares go. Never let it go, because for a small island nation like New Zealand, our airport, it's a monopoly. And when he was dying, I spent a long time with him and talking about things. In fact, he stretched his death out. He wanted to die on Armistice Day. But we talked about the airport shares. Now, obviously, we know strategically we can't control the outcome of the airport, but I will still keep fighting that we have a block of shares there. So for me to make that concession yesterday was immense, perhaps disregarded by some people. So I want to foreshadow my support for the amendment that Councillor Darby has proposed from 8% to 6.5%. I know that it's been scrutinised by officers. I know that legals have had a look at it. I know it's inside the scope of what we consulted on, but furthermore, I know that it doesn't entail any further rate increase for the coming year. And unlike Councillor Ferry, I am hearing from people on a regular basis of the difficult circumstances that they're finding themselves in, and I don't believe that we can go further than the Mayor is proposing
For those people in my ward on fixed incomes, and all of us will have email boxes just full, but I just can't bring myself to think that we're going to impose further hardship on them. I think the greatest thing we can do today is to bring certainty and credibility to Aucklanders and to our funding partners, is to demonstrate that we will have operating expenses below income, and that's got to be our collective goal. And Councillor Lotu, through you, Mr. Mayor, I really welcome working with you on the LTP, but I can't support your amendment today.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. I've listened intently again, and we have so much in common amongst all of us. I listened to Councillor Sayers, who stirred me and put steel in my spine, and then I listened to Councillor Watson, who stabbed me in the heart because he's right, and I understand. But we talk about investment, not enough investment. There's plenty of investment. It's just that one third to a half of it is going up in smoke with everything we do. We're not getting traction on the ground. And until we fix how we're spending the money on the ground, we're not going to fix any of this stuff, no matter what our decision is. There's tradies out there, there's people walking the street every day saying, what the hell are they did like this for? Why did they do it this way? Why does this bit need doing when that bit needs doing? There is a bridge in West Auckland right now which is being painted, and I understand the cost of painting it is almost the construction cost 20 years ago. And it's not because the paint's gone up, and it's not because the labour's too dear, it's because our processes are sinking productivity. So, John, I'm sorry, but I've flip-flopped around all over the place, and I genuinely have come to this with an open mind. But the Mayor has come to this with a compromise, and so will I. I want to move on, and I want us to all work at getting what the fundamental thing down there on the ground is. What's wrong, we need to get that right, and it's not about bean counter talk. It's about getting back to our constituents and asking them to tell us what we need to be doing. So I'll be not voting for you, Councillor Foley. I'm sorry. I will be voting for the Mayor's option.
Councillor Stewart, I believe you.
Yes, well, I've been listening to everybody, and this is a really, really hard decision for me. And, I listened to Councillor Watson, and what he had to say really moved me, just as it did Councillor Turner and a lot of us around here. But unfortunately, I won't be able to support this, Councillor Lottie. I won't be able to support your amendment. And the day of reckoning will be the day that the rates demands go out to everybody. And if the rates go up, there's going to be a lot of people that are out there that are really, really struggling. There's a lot of elderly people, there's a lot of young people that have mortgaged themselves to the hilt, and for a lot of those people, a lot of them, they may have to end up selling their homes and mortgagee sales and all sorts of things, because everything is costing, and every time a rate or another fee goes up there for somebody, it's really tipping people over the edge. So I've really been listening, and I know that there's a couple of other amendments, and I'm going to be listening to those as well, but unfortunately I won't be able to support your amendment today. Sorry.
Thank you very much. It seems to come to the end of those who wish to speak. With regard to Lottie's amendment, I acknowledge that you've put a fair bit of work into this amendment. I'll make a brief comment on it. The Kantar survey, which is the more scientific part of the survey, had on the sale of the shares 24% to sell it all, but 52%, the largest number of all of them, were to sell only some of its shares. So think about that. we've all claimed that they've got the backing for you, but of the Kantar survey, 52% sell some of its shares. Borrowing to fund our operating expenditure is what has got us into this trouble, and we have to stop. Thank you, Councillor Bartley, for that picture of the gentleman who said not to do the same thing again and again. We have borrowed our way into this. This is not a borrowing competition. I'm uncomfortable with the amount of debt we are using, even in my proposal, but it is balanced against paying down $1 billion of debt, which is not the case in this amendment. I think the concern we should all have about this amendment is that it represents more of what got us here and kicks the can down the road into the long-term plan, which is not a magic bullet. I'm looking forward to the debate over that, but it is not a magic bullet. This long-term plan suddenly won't immediately erase $12 billion of debt or years of avoiding difficult things. But this amendment will only make the challenges harder. So with that, we've completed this round of the process, and I'm going to...
Division.
Yes. Very quick out of the blocks, didn't he, eh? Must have been like that in the footy field. Division. To put this motion, and I'm calling upon my assistant here, Sandra, to carry out the division, if that's okay.
Councillors, you're voting on the amendment from Councillor Foley. Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
That's green. Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
So that is lost, 8 votes to 13.
I think in the interests of personal health, we will have a break.
Your Worship, I'd just like to move my amendment. The seconder is Councillor Bartley.
That's fine, okay. I
Thank
think
you.
we just go straight to moving because the debate is pretty much the same. Okay.
Point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, I already adjourned the meeting, so we will do that when we get back. Okay, thank you.
How long's the adjournment, please?
Discretion.
Is it lunch or is it a cup of tea?
Come back at 1, please.
Okay.
No mai, haere mai. Could I ask you all to resume your seats and positions? The phalanx of cameras are still here. Good on you. Before we start, it's come to my notice that it's Councillor Turner's birthday today, of all exciting things. Hey. Dear Ken, happy birthday to you. Oh dear. There's a deeply embarrassing moment for you, Councillor Turner. It wasn't much of a party, but a lot of people came. The order of amendments will be addressed in the order that they received, and the next one is the, hello, pay attention, is the Walker and Watson one received yesterday about the Hibiscus Centre. Since that has happened, Councillor Walker has brought to my attention new facts which have come to light. I've been informed that there is an existing contract and already in place for one more year, and I've spoken to the Deputy Mayor who seconded my motion, and she is more than happy to second it to include mine. So we don't need to go through that. Thank you, Councillor and Walker and Watson, for raising this. We will request staff provide advice on equitable and contestable funding options for broader consideration, including the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre as part of the 10-year budget. Thank you. So there we are. That's the first of the 10-year budget things we've got. The next amendment received was one from Councillor Darby. I believe it has a seconder, or it does not have a seconder?
No, I won't move that until we've heard from Councillor Dalton. She'll move hers first.
Hang on, are we right for that? Are we allowed to change the order?
You have a seconder.
Understanding as though I received them in that order, apparently they can be altered by the fact that they haven't actually been seconded yet, either of them. So whoever's going to be first to become second will come second, and second will come first. Dalton and Bartley. Okay, thank you for that. Now this one's largely the same as the other one, so I hope we don't have to have every speech again. Is it possible that we could do this a little bit quicker? Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Dalton, would you like to address us?
Point of order before we start.
Please.
Are we going to have an opportunity to ask questions of staff in regard to this? Because I have some, as we did with the last one.
Absolutely, we are.
Thank you.
I'm not shortening that, but I would be.
No, sorry,
I think
I didn't
most
want
of
to
us have
interrupt, I just
heard
want
the
clarity.
impassioned speeches from everybody at least once. So we'll try and deal with this in a modified and slightly sharper version. Is that all right, Councillor Dalton? You don't object to that, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
But
Your Worship.
Staff questions will be available. So I'll get you to address us, and then I'll ask the staff to come and I'll open it for questions. Are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. And you, everyone will note that it's very similar to Councillor Foley, so I won't need my full time to speak. The adjustment that has been made in this one is to, in listening, to increase the rates to 7.7, not quite going as high as I know Councillor Fury, and actually I'd support higher rates as well, but 7.7. It is reducing the cuts down to 69.8. So the Mayor's latest proposal has $83 million in cuts, This amendment has 69.8 in cuts. The rates increase is the same as the Mayor's proposal, 7.7 or 11%, mitigated to 7.7. Reducing the debt to 120 and the one-off 20 million for storm-related costs, which is higher than the Mayor's proposed debt, which is 80 million and 20 million. This is also restoring all of the local board funding. It means the Chief Executive does not need to find another $5 million. It is reducing the savings for Tātaki Auckland from 17.5 to 15.5. And that is to cover the Western Initiative to be included, as it isn't included at the moment. The Southern Initiative is. That's probably the guts of it. Everything else is pretty much the same as Councillor Foley's. The intention, once again, is that we retain our airport shares and we present to you a balanced budget that enables the airport shares from Manukau City Council and Auckland to be retained for discussion into the long-term plan, where we can have a fuller discussion with more information so we can make a fully informed decision. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dalton. I'm going to ask for questions if anyone's... Just ask, please restrict your questions to questions about the difference. Most of the questions, they are very similar. So if we're talking about questions about the main bit, try and your best to limit these to the changes that Councillor Dalton has offered. I'm sure Councillor Dalton doesn't mind that either, is that right? Thank you. Okay, so I have a question from Councillor Ferry.
And sorry, this is a question for finance staff. So I'll give them a moment to get to the table. I did pre-warn Mr Gudsall that I would ask this if I had the opportunity.
I think they're coming to the stage.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to feel bad about this if it's a short answer. In regard to the rates portion, so the amendment is an average general rates increase of 11%. So what does that mean in terms of the conversation we had about the previous amendment in regard to what was being talked about as requiring 15% next year? So I'd just like to understand the same sort of figures, but for this. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. Yes, so this amendment looks to 11% in 23-24 as a general rates increase, which would mean a 7.7% total rates increase average for residential ratepayers. For the following year, the first year of the LTP, all things being equal, as Peter went through earlier, that would be 12.1% as a general rates increase, and then with the long-term differential strategy starting again, the two targeted rates coming back in, that would mean 14.1% for residential ratepayers and 12.8% for business ratepayers.
So just to clarify, probably I put my question a little bit around the wrong way, but just to clarify, so that's the impact of 140 million of debt in the next portion, rather than covering the difference through continuing to do a higher rates increase. Is that correct? Like it's the debt, it's using that much debt that creates that issue. Is that correct?
It's using the debt to cover the gap for 23-24. That gap will remain the following year, and as Peter said earlier, the assumption is that in the following year, the starting point is that rates will cover that gap.
Okay.
And that gap will rise a bit by the level of debt.
And so turning to the original of 100, what do those figures look like for 100 million in terms of the starting point for rates for next year, which is the mayoral proposal?
The mayoral proposal with the 100 million and partial sale of airport shares. So that for the first year of the LTP, again, is 10.4% general rates, which would increase to 12.6% for residential total rates and 11.2% for business total rates.
Okay, thank you very much for that context. That's really helpful for me. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferry. At this stage, there are no further questions. I think I'm sorry. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. This may be a question for you initially, Your Worship, because is the Western Initiative in your proposal, your fourth one, I think, or third one? I got confused. Latest one, yeah. Is the Western Initiative in there?
It is.
Okay, thank you. And this amendment, just to you, Peter, that this amendment here has gone through the budget calculator and budget staff?
Yes, it has, and it meets the balanced test.
Yep, totally agree. Thank you.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you. So we've got a $20 million reduction in the debt. Does that now meet the requirement or the threshold that you said the previous amendment didn't quite meet? Is this now more affordable or affordable, implementable, sustainable, achievable, and all the other balls?
Thank you for the question. Very, very well put. The last one met the threshold because the threshold that we had talked about as the extreme element of debt that could be used was 140 plus the 20 of storm-related one-off. This is within that boundary. It's at 140.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
I think in the absence of any, I think we can move to go for this one. I will point out once again that it is very similar to the last one and it still has roughly $1 billion more debt than the mayoral proposal, or the current mayoral proposal. So I no doubt Councillor Filipaina will request.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. So before I put up my PowerPoint, because I actually done one, before I do that, I just wanted to sort of say with the whakaaro situation now, I am so again surprised around how the comments that I heard in the last debate, how confusing they were. And the reason I say that, Your Worship, is because we had a situation where the debt, not the debt level, but the situation where the rates were lower than your proposal, but people were still talking about this is no good for our community who have fixed incomes and, you know, it's raising their rates. Well, that is what your mayoral proposal is doing now. And so I was confused with some of the comments I heard in the last debate. So I want to try and clear those up. This is the same as your proposal, your latest proposal. This is the same. The only difference is the airport shares. That's the only difference. So I will go to my PowerPoint and there's only one page. Look at that. That is so cool. Why is it cool? Because if you have a look at 23rd of February 2023, please go on to the airport website. Go on there. First half 23 results. Auckland Airport returns to profitability as travel continues to recover. What I will have a look at, just to mention that in that bulk of the report, Auckland Airport returns and the word profitability as it continues to recover. That's on the 23rd of February. If you go to the next one, 17th of March, building the gateway New Zealand needs, multi-billion-dollar investment in future of travel at Auckland Airport. I just want to take some of the comments that are on that particular page. Auckland Airport Board today reaffirmed its commitment to the integration of domestic and international travel, approval for the project to move into the final stages of design as part of the construction program to take place over the next 5 to 6 years. Second comment I just want to sort of point out to everybody around there, and this is from the CEO, Carrie Huri-Hanganui, and this is all about building the gateway Auckland and New Zealand need. If we go to the next one, the 27th of April, onwards and upwards, long-haul flights taking off from Auckland Airport. Comments in that particular one is first time since the pandemic, long-haul flights between Auckland and North America are set to exceed 2019 levels with a planned 11% increase. Also, Kiwis hopping away in droves during Easter school holidays at Auckland Airport. The last one, Auckland Airport, FY 23 to 27, price changes. That particular one, again, I'm going to quote the CEO. If you have a look at that particular release, and it's the 8th of June, which is yesterday. And what she said is here, that's the CEO, said the ongoing recovery in aviation is strong, as is the need to invest in critical aviation infrastructure for the future. So, colleagues around this table, that's the only difference. The difference is that looking at just those 4 headlines on their website, we will end up getting more profits that are going to come through. But no, look, what we're looking at doing, if this doesn't go through, what we're looking at doing is that, no, we're going to cut back all these profits that we end up having. So for me, and Your Worship, I ended up getting an email, and for me, I'm glad I got the email. And what that email said to me was, look, those airport shares are the most valuable asset Auckland City has, or Auckland Council. None should be sold. All 3 Western boards have a majority for no sales of the airport shares at all. So look, that's what's happened. I want to sort of mention, I think I got about 2 minutes, I think, approximately. 30 seconds, there you go. 12 local boards, they oppose selling airport shares. And, you know, 12. If we recall, there was a vote that had around the local government New Zealand and membership of that. How many boards there ended up saying we do not want to leave local government New Zealand? I think it was about 20. My last comment is about local boards. And I want to acknowledge the 2 local boards in the Manukau ward, because they have been ardent supporters of the position that myself and Councillor Foley have had around this airport shares, and that is not going to change in this particular. So I'm going to listen to the local boards. Nobody else, well, the people know who didn't listen to them when we got out of local government New Zealand, but I am going to listen to the local boards. So look, thank you, and I look forward to this going through. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further debate on this? We've had a fair stretch of it. Righto. I've got quite a few suddenly. Where they've suddenly emerged from. Foley, Henderson, Walker, Newman, Ferry. Not Lee, Ferry. Right, I've got Foley, Henderson, Leone, Newman, Lee and Ferry. Does that cover the pack? Walker. Okay, now, bearing in mind that this is very similar than the other one, can we please attempt to introduce new stuff rather than relitigate long speeches? Thank you, and the Deputy Mayor. Foley first.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to speak in support of this amendment. That should be no surprise. In the last amendment, we heard many around this table saying that their main concern was that the debt was at 140 million. Their main concern was that we weren't putting up rates high enough in order to get that revenue, ongoing revenue, and that people did not support having more cuts. Well, here is an amendment where the cuts are reduced even further, returning more money to West Auckland and to South Auckland through TSI and TWI, restoring all of the local board funding. It brings our debt down by another 20 million. We've heard from our staff that it is achievable and everything else. And it includes an increase in the rates to match the rates that the Mayor proposes in his latest proposal. So for those people who raised those concerns in the last round, I hope that this allays your fears. I hope that this helps you to realise we can balance a budget and we can keep the most important and highest revenue earning asset that we currently hold. This is a defining moment in time for all of us, a defining moment in history. Where will you stand on the side of history? Will you protect the borders of the city? Will you protect our greatest asset? Will you strive to make sure that we have a more strategic approach in the future at looking at this asset and others, or will you simply cast it away without much more thought? I won't say what I was going to say. Kia ora, Your Worship, and I hope that this brings people around to voting for this amendment. Kia ora.
Thank you for that, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. I don't have too much more to add. I think I covered this topic fairly comprehensively in my previous yarns. Just a couple of things. Look, opening comments about the Western Initiative, it was already in the proposal. So I think that's actually out of order to be saying those kinds of things. Look, in my view, debt at 100 million is already high. It's too high, almost. Goodness. So just so I can, there's people out there scared about the Western Initiative because previous comments that are watching this, I just want to let them know that I am going to be fighting for Westie homes and communities that are in huge danger from floods. Danger before, danger now. I will fight for a pool in Massey. I always have and I always will while I'm here. I will fight for infrastructure to meet housing growth for suburban Auckland. That's not just West Auckland. That's suburban Auckland that has taken on all the housing and gets bugger all. I will be fighting for that infrastructure. For that infrastructure, that needs debt. So for West Aucklanders that are concerned about having one pool for 250,000 people, I'm here fighting for that. Thank you.
Thank you for that impassioned speech. I'll join you in there. Councillor Leone, I believe. Councillor Newman, please.
This pulls a short-term lever on the debt, and I am not going to compromise the need to fully fund depreciation and the renewal of our assets. This is about a $20 million variation from the debate that we had this morning. But, you know, new information. Some years ago, I visited the Ronald Reagan Library in Los Angeles. And I want to just read, people are quoting lines. I'm going to give you one line from his inaugural address. You and I, as individuals, can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but only for a limited period of time. Now, he didn't actually balance the budget. That had to come later. And we will do the same. But we will have to scour out costs for the unfunded mandate, that is the CRL contract, which doesn't have a fixed price. We will have to fund depreciation, and we have to fund storm recovery in West Auckland. And the interesting thing about, I love the library there, and the speech was pertinent, and Councillor Dalton, thank you for joining me on that trip. Isn't that unusual? We were both there, but we're not here on this issue. Not here on this issue. The reality is that when you use debt, you have to pay for it. And it will be paid for by a general rate increase, which is unacceptable to me, unacceptable at 11%, 12% the following year. If we continue with the differential move, 14% on residential rates. 2 nights ago, Gladys Bonner, when I was on her doorstep in my ward, saying, no way, don't do that. I'm not going to do that because fundamentally this amendment doesn't pay for itself. This amendment just requires the next
budget round to start to pay down the cost, and it will be through an exponentially higher rate increase, and it will be to the detriment of the renewal of our assets. Thank you, Councillor Dalton, for joining me that day, but I'll finish once again with what he said. You and I, as individuals, can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but only for a limited period of time. Good trip, great advice.
Thank you very much for that interesting little vignette. Councillor Lee.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I take on board your instruction that we shouldn't repeat arguments that have already been rehearsed. So I do want to place on record my concern that the amendment by Councillor Foley had actually a lower rates increase than your own, sir, and yet there were members around the table trumpeting about the ratepayer and about not putting up rates and how it wasn't fair, and they're quite willing, evidently, to support a higher rates increase than Councillor Foley's. I don't think that's logical, nor do I think it's particularly fair. Now, the new information I'd like to table regards Auckland International Airport and concern in the marketplace that the 15 million square metres of land, which is rateable in the Auckland International Airport holding, obviously not the airport itself, but the vast industrial commercial estate, is significantly undervalued before this major transaction is about to take place. The average land value in the area generally is between $2,000 to $3,000 per square metre of industrial land, and the Auckland International Airport, I'm told, is around about $846 per square metre. Now, I don't know how true this is, but it is a matter of concern. But what I do know is that the Auckland International Airport executives and a squadron of lawyers turned up at the council demanding that their rates, the council's valuation, be decreased. And the council, I am told, complied, and so it backed off on its valuation. So these are issues, I think, that need to be investigated before we get into any airport sale, which is why
I don't think you're talking about the changes here. You're talking about
Councillor Dalton's amendment still gives that good advice. So let's consider all these issues starting in 3 weeks' time with the long-term plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've been approaching today with very much an open mind. I would note that the quote from Ronald Reagan was very problematic for a number of reasons I won't go into, but I did just want to note that. I'm glad you had a really good time. Let's leave it there. I've seen Ho Chi Minh's body lying in his mausoleum, but I'm not going to go on about it. So, what I did want to say is that I wanted to support this because I don't want to sell the airport shares. However, if I cannot get enough people to support an amendment for 12.7% this year, there is no way we are going to get support around the table next year for the kind of rates increase that we would need as a result of passing this amendment. And that will mean that my colleagues who like cuts will put all of the cuts that we saved this year back on the table again and more. And I'm afraid I cannot support that. So I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Walker.
Sure. I'll just start off with being entirely mystified about these references to next year, which is the long-term plan. And the very, very clear signals that the Mayor has put, and any number of councillors around this table have put, that it will be a significantly different budget. And I have every confidence in that. Every confidence in that, if there is the will around this chamber. The suggestion that I've put forward that John Crawford put forward that goes to the diversified fund, which we do have the opportunity to have, is that you would pay down your debt. You would be able to make better provision for depreciation. You would have a better handle on rates. You would actually solve all of those problems because we have an existing rock-solid investment, but we can diversify that investment, and we should. And John Crawford said, it's not desirable to have all your eggs in one basket. So that is what we're giving up, because my belief is as soon as we have sunk this investment and put it into debt, we will not be revisiting that to create a divestment fund of the stature that we might otherwise have. And I would remind councillors that one of the particularly unique things about this council is the substantial sum of money that we have ordinarily had from the ports of Auckland and the airport that has contributed hugely to the success of this city. And what we are doing progressively is selling off the silver that is generating a significant return, and we could be getting a significantly better return than what we are now. These are the structural decisions that we are making now that should be being made in the long-term plan, and we are considerably under-informed around any of this. And I doubt that anybody would disagree around that. If you think we're adequately informed, well, then I think you're very under-informed. And if I quote from the Chief Executive of Auckland Airport, travel is back, and the recovery is taking place more quickly than anyone expected. Now is the time for investment in Auckland Airport if we are to deliver the resilience and customer experience travellers want and the gateway New Zealand needs for the future. End of quote. Now that is also Auckland's gateway. It is also woven inextricably with our future. As Councillor Lee mentioned, you've got 1,500 hectares, I think, of commercial space there that we rate, and I have no doubt that we could extract a far better return from an even more successful Auckland Airport. So what is being suggested in this amendment, yet again, is that we consider the sell down of the shareholding in the long-term plan, which is the most prudent thing that we could be doing. And if we had contestable advice to that effect, I'm sure that we would all be voting that way, but we have an absence of that advice, regretfully. So I will be voting for this amendment also.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I have to look at this amendment against yours. So again, thank you, Councillor Dalton, for putting one up. You've kept the rates the same, but it's about selling the airport shares and debt. And at the end of the day, the decision I have to make is one of the two pays down $1 billion worth of debt and doesn't increase it by an extra 20 million, but yours doesn't pay back $1 billion worth of debt and asks us to borrow more. So quite simply, if that's my choice, I'm going for paying down debt and having less debt. Paying down $1 billion worth of debt and getting less debt.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Watson, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll try and hold to your request for new information. So it'll be a fairly short but typically insightful observation, I hope. And that really goes to the first recommendation put up by Councillor Dalton in respect of not selling the shares off at this moment. And the new information, Mr Mayor, really looks at the consequences of holding on to this asset in particular, not assets generally, but this asset in particular. And inspired by some of the PowerPoint presentations, I looked at the shareholding of the legacy councils, which at one point there amounted to 47 0.4%. Now, if those legacy councils like Auckland and Manukau had hung on to their investments, that investment would now be over 6 billion, 6.143 billion. That would be available to this council. And to put that into perspective, 6.143 billion now would enable us to pay off more than half our debt. That's the sort of contribution you can leave to legacy, to your successors, with prudent choices at times like that. To put it in another context, that 6.143 billion would enable the council to pay its contribution to 2 city rail link projects. Can you imagine that? What a legacy that is. 2 city rail link projects and fully fund Penlink. I want to have a bit of local investment in this. That's the scale of investment that wise forefathers initially left us, which we have squandered to date, and which we now proceed virtually to give away altogether. And what's the contribution between the difference between the 2 city rail link projects and the Penlink project? What is our legacy? It's $1 billion into the debt ether that we all know will just build up again, and we'll be back at the start of the race. The ultimate snakes and ladders. That's my additional comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for that additional comment. Councillor Hills.
Thank you. Just want to follow up from Councillor Ferry, and I think people are, well, I don't know, but it feels like we're missing the 2 different issues. There's one, the debt headroom, and it's because we need it for the City Rail Link and the storm damage, etc., etc., and that's fine. But we've also discussed this as a group many, many times. If we wanted to save the shares, or we wanted to do something different, we'd have to have a far greater rates rise, and we checked, and we didn't have those numbers. We pushed and pushed and pushed you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing back a whole lot of the cuts that Auckland has asked us to do, and you have borrowed a bit more. We also pushed you on that, borrowing a bit more this year. But the main issue is the continual increase in the borrowing to fill the operational gap. It makes it so bad next year. It'll already be hard, but it will make it so bad next year that the austerity that is being pushed this time by some elected members will be far worse, because I know that councillors aren't going to vote for a 14% or more rates rise. They might not even vote for a 7.7. You're talking about deep cuts, and I'm sorry, some of the debate around here has focused on we're just going to find more savings. We're just going to end things that we do around here. Jim has said to us through the last 4 years of deep cuts through COVID and other things, there isn't much left. That's why it's dipping into the horrible things, in my opinion, that climate, which we brought back, environment, which we brought back, grants, culture, events, CABs. I can list them all again, but I won't. Those things will be on the table and more if we don't fill the gap some other way than just that short-term, borrowing for short-term use. And it seems to be like an ideological argument, but we're just filling the gap. And last time we got told there'd be a gap of 90 to 150, and look what we're at, 325. We didn't fill it properly last year, and then if we do this again, I think I'm really worried that and I've been on the side of votes that I have lost this term, I'll say it again, on cuts to things that I didn't agree with. So I believe that if we don't fix and fill the gap properly, we will then have no choice but to put up the rates to 14%, which clearly is not going to happen around this table, especially as inflation drops down, or severe cuts, which I won't support, but I will be part of that problem if we don't do something about it now. So, you know, there have been a few times in the last 6 or 7 years that a lot of people have voted for a budget and voted down the rates, some councillors many times, and that was when you're looking at a 3.5% rate increase. Andy and I were approached by one councillor saying, we can save everything as long as you guys get 11 votes for the rates. My question to that councillor who's spoken today was, will you be one of those 11? That was on the 6.7 or... And they said, no, 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 as long as there's 11 of you to cover the rates, that will be fine. And so I guess that's my issue, is that I'm really worried if we don't make a structural change today, then we're just leaving our city, our community organisations, our environment, our climate, our staff to the wolves again, because I don't believe that people will make those harder decisions next year.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Bartley, the seconder, I believe.
Yep. As a seconder, I am speaking in support of this amendment put up by Councillor Dalton. I'm not going to speak too long because I did my bit earlier. But I also want to acknowledge Councillor Foley and Councillor Filipaina for trying to put up the first motion, because they're trying to fight hard to save the shares. And Manukau City Council, Auckland City Council, they still held on to their shares. If this all goes through and you get your partial sale of the shares, I understand that that will go into contribute to some kind of fund, which all of Auckland will be able to benefit from. So again, other parts of Auckland that benefited from the sale of their own shares will get the benefit of Manukau and Auckland, but specifically Manukau selling, having their shares sold out. So it doesn't really sound very equitable or fair to me. Anyway, the other difference that this amendment brings is that it saves the cuts without selling the shares. So yes, a last minute plea to please consider what is being sold in order to plug this little, well, not little, this gap, but in comparison to the 2.2 billion that's on the table. So yeah, it's keeping to your rates, it's keeping to, well, it's bringing the debt down by 20 million to a more acceptable level, which people have voiced concern about. And it's also putting a little bit more back into the what's proposed to be cut. So also want to pick up on Councillor Henderson. Absolutely no disrespect was meant to you regarding the West Auckland being mentioned there, because we all know you, yeah, you live and die for your area. So acknowledging that, and what Councillor Turner does too. But yeah, as a seconder, no disrespect was meant. And that's all I have to say. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Baker, and I think we might then go to moving it.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. So I think we're just getting a little bit lost too. I mean, for me, it's certainly my opposition to the last amendment and to this one. It's not about the numbers, it's about the philosophy of using debt to pay down our operational expenses. And we've moved away from PowerPoints into quotes and crystal ball gazing and sort of in terms of the value of the shares. But I just, if we want to just, quote some things in the media, it's the Herald article this morning that talks about the stoush between Air New Zealand and Qantas, and where they warn that the increases could close the door on New Zealand and that travel will become unaffordable. And so that will obviously potentially, if we're crystal ball gazing and not really knowing what's coming, have an effect. But and I'm also intrigued that we spend a lot of time and heard a lot of comments how we need to be looking ahead and creating strategies and for the future, yet we don't want to look at what the potential rates increase is for a discussion we're going to start in about 2 weeks for next year. And so I don't accept that we should be ignoring what is coming in a bow wave or a hangover, however you want to put it, in terms of the decisions we make today. So I will be opposing this and any amendment that requires us to use more debt than the Mayor's proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. We're about to move towards this. I do want to just point out a couple of things there. The difference between this and my one is not just about the rates this year, it's about the rates next year, because my one will propose $1 billion reduction in debt. And whilst everyone's quoting very famous people, Chairman Mao said that the 1,000-mile march to reduce debt starts with the first step. And it's about time we took the first step in reducing debt. And the impact on next year by doing nothing about it will make it even harder. And so in the very last thing, just remind us from the Kantar survey that 52% wanted to sell some of the shares. With that in mind, I'm sure Councillor Filipaina will call for a whatever it is he gets.
Division.
A division.
Thank you so much, Your Worship.
The Filipina division call, which we can rely upon. And I will call on my excellent helper, Sandra with an O, to lead us into this.
Thank you. Councillors, you're voting on Councillor Dalton's amendment. Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
So that will be lost 8 votes to 13.
Okay, we'll just have a 7-minute break till 2 o'clock, just so that people can attend the public health items.
Can I just make a note for early departure before we do that, that I will need to leave at 5. Hopefully we are done by 5. But it is one of my children's birthdays and I need to be home for his dinner. So I'll be leaving at 5. Thank you.
I wish with all my heart that I can meet your requirements for an early departure, or even any form of departure today would be good. Ladies and gentlemen, as usual with sudden amendments, it takes time, and we have had a little bit of a review, and I'm going to reconvene the special general meeting of the governing body, and I call upon Mr. Darby to speak.
Mayor, I think I'm grateful for all the input. Our most recent conversation, Mayor, is rather than an amendment, an accommodation. Following our most recent discussion on my possible amendment, I think there's a willingness to accommodate. So I probably need to hand back to you, Mayor.
Well, I think you'll have to withdraw yours and that'll go to mine, but I will accommodate what we've discussed. You have my word.
So mine isn't moved, and so
not seconded,
it's
so
back to
we'll
you.
withdraw.
It just needs to reflect our discussion.
Yes, I will. It's not been tabled.
I haven't moved an amendment.
It's not been tabled. Okay, at this stage here, we can return to where we were yesterday afternoon about 3 o'clock, which is we have completed questions on my and the Deputy Mayor's final proposal, which the Deputy Mayor and I have agreed in order to get the support required to make progress, the 8% of sales will become 7% of sales. It's a bit unfortunate, but it's 7 more than we had before, and I believe with that, I'm not happy to do this, but I've agreed to do this in the interest of living long enough to get to the end of this meeting, and 2, getting a budget which goes through. So we've had the questions. I will now open the floor to debate. The staff have gone. We've done that all yesterday. So if there is any further debate, which is bound to be,
Point of order. I think there's been a number of very minor amendments made by way of sort of conversations and stuff, and I'm not sure that we have that in front of us. So is it possible to get that, please?
just hang on, Councillor Ferry. I'll make sure those are included. There's the words there about the your requirement for the children's education going to the.
Your Worship, it's been a request for. Can you put the microphone on?
My comments don't relate to the specifics of that. I just want to make a general comment if it fills in a bit of time.
I'll accept your comments now while we do a little bit of research to cover the question that Councillor Ferry's asked, and I'll come back to Councillor Ferry when I've had a response to that. But please take yours up, and she was very quick. She beat you off the mark there, Councillor Filipina. So you're now second. You're losing your touch.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your willingness to accommodate some of the requests that have been put to you. In just sort of summarising things, think that there are lessons that we can learn from this debate and going into the long-term plan. There are some magnificent opportunities for all of us to provide leadership on the way that, and I think you've heard right around the table today, there really is an enthusiasm for putting everything on the table and having some really clear guidelines to staff on the brief that we wish for ourselves. One of the lessons for me is the way in which Auckland Council Investments Limited was wound up. And at the time, the Mayor, Phil Goff, said he was saving $1 million a year. Well, I just heard some new information on how much those airport shares have gone up. Somebody, Morris, was telling us just in the course of this meeting.
26 million since 1 o'clock.
But the reality is that we do have to have a much more coherent strategy for our investments for the future.
And so I really applaud you, sir, for agreeing to establish a working party group on Auckland Council investments to oversee a program of work to consider and make recommendations to the governing body on the matters which are outlined here. I think that the reinstatement of serious and careful consideration of investments, it's going to take a lot of attention. Really, the last 48 hours have been about a discussion about the Auckland Airport shares, whether you're for them, whether you're against them. I mean, ultimately, none of us feel good about selling any shares just to pay down debt. I think it's an indictment on everybody who has sat around this table that we have allowed this situation to happen. But happen it did, and you are doing your best to mitigate that and to reset. And for that, I support what you are trying to do today. But that's all I really want to say. I think we've got a great chance with actually creating some new disciplines around how we're going to deal with investments for the future. We've got a great chance with the long-term plan and doing that reset. So I just hope that the spirit of cooperation that we've seen around the table today will continue, and thank you for your indulgence in actually trying to accommodate as many of us as you can, and also for chairing the thing pretty well. Thank you.
Do we have a response to Councillor Ferry's question? You were asking about some. Yeah. The amended amendment is going up there now, and it still is a balanced budget. Where's the bit that you were looking for, Councillor Ferry? I'm not quite sure.
Could you maybe just quickly outline what I can see them in yellow, but maybe I need to go to Specsavers because it's a little bit hard.
Can we just have it emailed through, because some of us are
excellent.
finding it hard to follow this, please?
Email's great, thank you.
Good thinking, thank you. That will happen in the next few minutes. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to start my 5 minutes just in case. Your Worship, it won't come as a surprise that I will not be voting for this because we're selling the shares. I've listened around this table. I've also listened around this table for since 2010. And I get offended sometimes when people start talking about I've been serving my community, I've been doing this and everything else, when all of us have been doing it. But I can tell you that I've taken not only the oath that we ended up getting in when we started Auckland Council, I've taken the oath seriously enough to make sure that I am a regional councillor and I look at regional views. I've done that since 2010, November, when we ended up getting sworn in on the 1st of November. And guess what? I have voted for so many projects around Tāmaki, and I can tell you now, at the expense of those in Manukau Ward. Why? Because when we got the information from our officers, we were told that this is the best information at the time. So when people start talking about serving the community, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, look, I want to do this for West Auckland, North Auckland, East Auckland. My point is, we are regional councillors. So I was going to use a word that starts with P, but I won't. I get very disappointed when people end up implying that none of us around here, and I know that implication is not there, but that's how I took it, that we are not supporting our community. I've been a councillor, and I said this earlier, that I've been a councillor 19 years now, and look, some of the tactics that I have seen used here is another one that I want to mention very briefly, and the reason, because I'm not going to end up swearing, I'm not. But how dare you end up saying to me that, look, we will not vote for the rates that are going down, we just want to sell the airport shares full stop. You don't even listen. But that's exactly what you want to do. Your Worship, I asked the question yesterday in regards to whether you or your staff ended up giving incentives to councillors so they could vote. Well, guess what? Some of those councillors contacted me and said yes. I'm just saying, I don't care whether you're shaking your head or not. I'm just saying that is not, you should not be doing that. That may be the way that you want to end up doing this council in the 3 years that you have. Your Worship, I also, from my sake, and I'm going to finish off with this because I've only got 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I have ended up looking after this staff since 2010. And Councillor Hills, I totally agree because you've always been there alongside looking at staff. I got contacted when the first thing that ended up going out to the staff was, we have to find cuts. I then found out there was going to be at least 500 people losing. Guess what's going to happen to them? They're going to have no job. They're not going to have any income. People start talking about, oh, look, they're on a fixed finance. Well, guess what? They have the ability, people who own homes, they have their ability to end up getting, not a rebate, but at least saying to Auckland Council, I will pay back the rates. I won't pay it this year or the year after, is when I sell the home. So I'm definitely not going to do this. And Your Worship, I've got, just to let you know, so I've got 1 minute, 14 seconds left. There was something else I was going to mention, but I will not do that because of the advice I got from a colleague that I trust. I will, however, say this, Your Worship. I think there are other ways of communicating with all of us around this table, Your Worship, that needs to be improved. And I'm just going to leave it at that because I am not going to vote for these airport shares. But also, all I really want to end up saying is that I've always been willing to work with everybody or anybody around this table. That is not going to change after this. But I can tell you that whatever project you have in your area, I have no doubt at all that I'll be supporting it based on the information that I get to officers. I've got 24 seconds and this is my last one. Jim, to you, I acknowledge the work that you've done. I also acknowledge the fact that you've said that you are going to find $5 million extra. Good luck, because the people that I'm really looking after and care about is your staff. I know you do that as well. To the finance team as well, I acknowledge you. I've got 1 more second, but I just want to acknowledge the staff because they have been taken through the ringers. I can tell you now. And that should never, ever happen again post this particular meeting. Gilda.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody has benefited, no councillors have benefited from
Your Worship, I don't need any, sorry, Worship, I don't need any comeback. I'm not prepared to listen in regards to anything that I've said because that time there was mine to give in regards to this particular situation. But I take what you said to me yesterday, Your Worship, and I take that, and that's the point I want to make. I've taken it on board because you said no. Thank you.
I just want to repeat that nobody's benefited personally from me at all in this one here. Now, at the moment, there's nobody else waiting to speak. Oh, yes, there is. All of it. I've only got to say that and the hands rise. Watson first and then...
Yeah, it's just very short and it just really requires a bit of clarification, Mr Mayor, but I just really want to acknowledge and thank the update from Councillor Williamson there on the 3 hours that we've been debating, because that's added 26,632,891 to the share value. So maybe we should keep the meeting going because that's like a percent coming up. So thank you for that, Councillor Williamson. What I really wanted to drill in, because I won't repeat my earlier speech, Mr Mayor, and it really goes to your recommendation B with the early childhood education services. I didn't really get a chance to ask a question. I'll ask it rhetorically then, if I may, if there's no one there to answer it. So we've got this, well, to me anyway, rather incomprehensible mixture of words and phrases here. So that as far as those early childhood education services go, acknowledging the strong local support for some of council's current Kauri Kids Centre. Well, I wouldn't say it's some, I'd say it's all. Certainly the ones I've heard, it's not some, it's all of them in the first instance, so that's not accurate. And allowing for, and this is the bit that I'm finding hard to follow, and allowing for those centres to continue to operate as local services, sitting with local boards in discussion with relevant local boards and communities. So what I'm taking from that is that the money's going, okay, it's being withdrawn, and perhaps some of the favoured local boards that are able to keep going can keep going, and the other ones will go down. So I guess we've maybe got a mechanism here to save a couple, but not the other poor wee kids that happen to be in other parts of Auckland. They just bite the bullet. So I don't find that very clear, Mr Mayor, so I'm really asking someone to explain, is my interpretation of it correct?
Yes.
Okay, it is correct, okay. So to continue my speech then on this matter, and this is something that is very important to the area I represent. Unlike a lot of people I imagine sitting around here, I've been and seen the Kauri Kids. I wasn't very familiar with them before that. I'll be the first to admit that. I went around and I was incredibly impressed by the standard of care that's provided and the different type of care from the big childhood centres that are elsewhere, the big commercial operators who dominate now. So this is a very specific, utilising the existing council facilities, for goodness sake. So these rooms and these little play areas are not going to be used for anything else. So we're going to kick these kids out, these poor wee kids out, and then there's going to be empty spaces, basically. No one's going to come and start playing on their playgrounds. The utilisation of the existing council facilities, because a number of them are leisure centres, pools, basketball court, which are just ideal, which get an additional use. The government's talking about additional funding for this sector that would conceivably improve the balance sheet for council. But I guess the really objectionable thing, Mr Mayor, without overstating it, is they haven't really been given an opportunity to come up with an alternative themselves to actually get the cost down. And the emails I've been getting from people have said, look, at least give us the chance to try and improve things. And there are differences between different centres. Some centres, the savings is negligible, is absolutely negligible. A couple of them do cost a bit more, I'll admit that, but a numbers of them could conceivably make themselves cost neutral, but they're not even given the opportunity to really do that in a kind of meaningful time frame there. So, I appreciate, Mr Mayor, that you made an effort to restore the cuts. You listened and you did that, and I think people were appreciative for that stance. But I guess the anomaly I see standing out are these centres where first of all the $1 million is an estimated, so there's no specificity about that. It's an estimate. There is differences between the centres, so again we're falling into the old Auckland Council habit of treating everyone the same, from Pukekohe to wherever else there is, Wellsford, and ultimately the people who suffer here are those young kids who I've been around and have seen. So I made the point of going and seeing that. So that's the kind of the epitome of the penny wise, pound foolish philosophy that prevails here so often, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. So I made myself a pros and cons list for this one. And so I wanted to acknowledge that the Mayor has moved significantly from his original proposal in December and even over the last 2 weeks. And there are definitely things I appreciate in what has changed and still some things I don't. And that's what I'm weighing up in my decision today. So I was pleased to see some upward movement on the rates increase, as already canvassed. I was pleased to see the continued pause of the long-term differential strategy. The local board I sat on have been long-term advocates for council to really look seriously at that to actually do some analysis of what the benefits are for business above and beyond residential, and also their opportunities to do things like claim their tax back and things like that, that offset their rates. And I look forward to us doing that work properly for the long-term plan and hopefully resetting that strategy. I appreciate a lot of the reductions and cuts, in particular the CAB, and a little bit of last-minute movement in the climate space. So there's a little bit more there than was going to be cut, and also the changes for Auckland Transport as well, to get back to the previous bus schedules, which would be very appreciated in my neck of the woods. I like the fact that there was the $100 million max debt, as already discussed on the previous two debates. And I would like to acknowledge that you have taken on board some wording that was sent through to me via the Hauraki and Gulf Islands boards, who were concerned about how the local board calculations might play out for them, and that I understand now gives them a bit of a fairer go in terms of their issues around equity per capita. The cons for me, though, remain the pauses on the targeted rates. I had a lot of correspondence about that. I do take the reassurance that the reserves are there from past charges. I'm really worried that we won't have the numbers around the table next year to reinstate these. I still don't like a lot of the cuts that remain, acknowledging big movement on that. I'm ambivalent about the cuts for Tātaki in particular, because I think it is deeper than, I know it's what they said they could roughly take, but I think it's probably deeper. I think they're being a bit too optimistic there. Before I turn to the shares, I do just want to address the issue that's just been raised by my colleague around the ECA. When we previously discussed this in workshops, my sense around the table is that there was not support by a majority, particularly not a strong majority, to continue Kāori Kids as a regional service. On that basis, I worked on what I thought was a good compromise position, which I put to the Mayor, and that is reflected in what we see now. My concern is that not all, but some of my colleagues who supported removing the ECE cut entirely on the previous amendments are actually fine to cut it entirely next year, and are using this quite disingenuously. And I don't mean you, Councillor Watson. You've been very supportive of Kāori Kids. What I have come up with, I think, is something that actually gives some options to work it through. I think the idea that we're going to get $1 million saving from what was proposed is a nonsense, because they haven't taken into account the redundancy payments. I've been chasing the financials the whole time, and it doesn't add up. This was a compromise that I thought would make sense. We have had some local boards who actually said that they were okay, who do have centres, including Otara Papatauitaui, I think Devonport Takapuna as well, I can't remember. But a number of them did say they wanted to look at the centres. A number of other ones, in particular Kaipariki, are really keen to take it on as a local service because they want the revenue. So the idea was this, is that it allows that conversation to happen and move forward. It still gives the Mayor his $1 million on paper, which frankly I don't think is going to eventuate, but it does give a way forward. Because I absolutely agree with you, these centres are different from private for-profit centres. I've spoken at length about that before. I won't go into that anymore now because I do want to just briefly address the shares. Very briefly. At the end of the day for me, I see
Move
this...
an extension of time.
Oh. Oh. Okay. At the end of the day for me, I really struggle with the share sale. I said at the start, I didn't come here to sell shares and to sell public assets. And to that end, I don't think I can support a partial sale. I will retain an open mind, and you don't need to clap because I'm not actually very happy about it, because we haven't actually solved the problem. We have shifted the problem to next year. We haven't shifted the problem to next year in a way that means cuts instead of debt, We have shifted it in a way that means shares instead of debt, and we should be talking about rates. We should be talking about revenue. We don't have an expenditure problem. We have a revenue problem, and that's not just rates, by the way, and I have been putting forward other ideas in the income space, and I look forward to working on those for the long-term plan. So I will retain an open mind right until the end on this one, but that's where my thinking is at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Very fair. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking in favour of this motion, but I do want to. I suppose I'd like to spend my time, Your Worship, acknowledging the process to get here, and I want to congratulate all my colleagues in terms of their inputs. I want to particularly. I'll come back to you, Mayor, because it was your budget, but I do want to acknowledge the proposals or the alternatives that were put up by Councillor Foley. It's a lot of homework goes into that, a lot of effort. You are professional. The integrity into which you have put your motion forward and your seconder can't be questioned, and you did it for the best intentions. It just didn't get voted through, but it was a very good argument. And what I'm trying to reflect here is kind of the feeling around the table of this annual plan setting has been constructive. And Councillor Dalton, likewise, had your version of that. You put it forward. It was very considered. And it was done in a very thoughtful manner. And you had another crack at it. It didn't go through, but certainly I want to. I think those efforts of those councillors should be acknowledged. Of course, there were some other councillors that put forward their thoughts. Councillor Watson, Councillor Walker, Councillor Darby, and Fletcher, which you incorporated, and we didn't have to go through the whole process. But to those councillors. Well done to you. I'll just acknowledge the efforts and the intent and the purpose, and now it's in there. You've done it, so congratulations. So I think I'll end on that note. Just to summarise that it hasn't been nasty, that it's been healthy debate, it's been vigorous debate, it's been rigorous debate, but it's been constructive, and we've landed, hopefully, on a budget that can be voted through with the majority. So just in closing, Mr Mayor, you've got your latest budget. I'm not sure how many latest there should be in there, but you have shown leadership, and you've got to a point now where you've taken us as a group to vote on this, and hopefully it will go through. So again, just speaking in support of your budget, and you have bent over backwards to compromise, and you've landed on a balanced budget, so well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, and I thank you, Councillor Sayers, for your kind words, and many others around the table who I've spoken to as well. And I acknowledge that this process has been arduous and grueling, but I think it has also enabled us all to share our honest, true feelings with each other and connect on our similarities as well that we may not have thought we had before this process began. And so I'm thankful for that, and I'm looking forward to perhaps having more opportunities to have more social events with other members of the governing body so that we can continue to build strong relationships going forward. And I think that will serve our communities and serve our city well if we can do that. So kia ora, and thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity. I did want to say, Your Worship, that we've had some slideshows and Venn diagrams and presentations and things like that. So I'll end off with a joke. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that I can't support this motion, but I'll end off with a joke. And it's not a very funny joke. How do you eat an elephant? You eat it bite by bite. And so I'll just leave that with you, because in terms of the shares, I think that that's how privatisation happens as well, share by share. And so I'll just leave you with that thought. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Want to speak to just two items. One is to acknowledge that the funding is reinstated for the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. That was an error, so thank you very much. The other matter is the early childhood centres, where I support the sentiments expressed by Councillor Ferry. Again, my concern is the lack of contestable advice. If I add up some numbers, and hopefully I have some financial literacy, while I note that there appears to be a loss of $928,901, let's say $1 million, I note that of that, 499 odd thousand is a contribution to rent, which is notional, that is one of the expenses, and that overall, those early childhood centres make a contribution to council's overheads and so on and so forth of about 1.2 million. So the notion that we're going to save $1 million is actually absolute balderdash. I could probably use some other expression, but that will do. And if I analyse the centres one by one, Clendon, Howick and Takapuna are in the money, that is, they're in the black. You've got a number of others, Stanwell Bay, Beach Haven, Birkdale and Papatoe, that make a more than positive contribution to the expenses. So if you take out the notional rent, they're in the money, and there are only two of them, Glenfield and East Coast Bays, that frankly are a major issue financially. So again, we councillors lack adequate contestable information to actually make a sound decision. So I am opposed to this, because frankly it doesn't stack up, and it doesn't stack up financially. And at some point, we need to get good information, and we do not get it. So I'm most disappointed with this item, and in my opinion, Mr. Mayor, you could take it out because it doesn't save any money, okay? You could just take it out like that because it's neutral. Thank you. The opportunity rests with you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this because it just gets the amount of shares we're selling closer to the hole we're trying to plug. I know it's a compromise by everybody, and I also acknowledge everybody around the room for their passion. I do just want to make a complaint, and it's not levelled at you, Mr. Mayor. The consultation process, I arrived here and was told, here's a consultation process, we're going to be open-minded to the very end. In the middle of that, we were told we might sell down the airport shares and pay off debt. That's all we'll do is pay off debt. In my naivety, I thought, boy, that's great. Yeah, we just pay off debt. And then we get to a point where, like today, we've had a $26 million capital gain in a few hours, and I'm told we can't realise that capital gain, and only that capital gain, to plug our hole. I feel completely led down a path, and I don't believe this has been, I believe the process has limited the ability for the sort of common negotiation the public would think that we can have. So I just wanted to make that comment. I feel really constricted by process, and next time round I'm really going to have my eyes open to what I'm being led into. But I will support this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. You're not the only one a bit upset with the process. Councillor Newman, please.
This amendment is making this harder to pass, I have to say to you. Getting really difficult now. And I have to say, they haven't spoken to you, but the seconder, you know, Councillor Simpson, you'll be aware of concerns that I raised yesterday. Frankly, I want an extra point too, because I don't want to deliver $4 million in reductions for local board funding. And Councillor Darby, you'll be aware, I was messaging you last night. Councillor Hills and Councillor Henderson and I have been trying to secure support to increase the rate to cover for that. And some of the key proponents for divestment have simply not moved to accommodate that. And that is an incredibly, in comparison, a minor tweak. To find an amendment coming late today, which is more than minor, this is substantial. I mean, I will go with this, but frankly, it is really, really galling. I've been in conversation with the local board chairs in my ward. I know what reversing 75% of the cuts will allow for, and Papakura, there's some good reinstatements and activations of parks and arts and youth programs, etc. But there are still cuts that will have to be watered. I wouldn't pay for funding for local board OPEX through debt. I wouldn't do that. But we have, some of us have sought very, very minor, modest tweaks, and they haven't been accommodated. And they haven't been accommodated because apparently that was too much for people who appear to be wanting changes that are far more than minor. So for me, yeah, we have to pass a budget, it has to balance. But actually, I mean, Councillor Lee, you talked about future leadership in this council. Future leadership actually has come from Councillor Ferry, because she is absolutely right. Yes. What will have to, yeah, you are, to my right, on the long-term plan, that will be, this will have to be paid for. And more debt is going to require a harder adjustment. And I worry because this is, anyway, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora, I'll keep mine brief, but I just want to start by saying that, the city has been dragged through turmoil and stress around this budget for months now. So I'm actually happy that we've got to this point, because it has been really difficult. It's been a huge challenge for our communities that have been emailing us every day, that have been following all the amendments. They've been following every single thing online because they've been so concerned about this budget and the cuts and then reinstating the cuts. So I do want to acknowledge the Mayor for the changes in that. I just also want to talk about, obviously, as I have consistently around the shares, I won't be supporting the budget today specifically because of the shares. And I do hope that when we move to the next part of this discussion, that we will be able to, if it does pass today, prioritise any sale of the shares to mana whenua. So I just want to say that again. But also acknowledge all of the leadership that has been around this table, like Councillor Ferry, like Councillor Hills, Councillor Fully and Philippainga, Angela Dalton today, bringing forward some alternatives that we could really discuss and take into account. So I just want to end by saying again that a huge mahi again to some of our local board members that are here today, our community members that have shown up, and those that have had a really strong voice since the budget first came out. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Look, I'll be brief. Just want to acknowledge yourself, Mayor Brown, acknowledge some of my fellow councillors that have worked so hard to try and pass a budget. As I said yesterday, no one's going to be completely happy with what's on the screen. And I'm not. Look, I would rather go higher on rates, and I acknowledge Councillor Ferry for your fantastic advocacy in trying to bring sustainable revenue to this council over the next 3 years and beyond. So I think that takes a lot of courage to say those things too. So I'm really, really proud to hear that, and I back you in that 100%. But look, we have to pass a budget, and it has to balance by law. And that involves compromise and meeting in the middle somewhere. I acknowledge Councillor Newman, I would rather bring local boards funding back as well. I think we should reopen that in the LTP and work really hard at that. Look, this has been tough. This has been incredibly tough. Today has been tough. The last couple of months have been tough. When I'm in a tough decision and I'm in a tough spot, I go back to what I promised my voters. I found my flyer the other day. The number one bullet point was to save as much as possible public services from cuts. I believe in keeping my election promises, and I have done so today by supporting this. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and thank you, Councillor Hills. Next, please.
Kia ora. I think this has been a really hard time for everyone since the election, and I think our community before the storms were pretty shocked by the budget put forward by this council. Then we had the storms, and we saw our communities devastated. Hundreds of people in my ward were 2 metres underwater and right across our city. We have slips right through our reserves. Some of our tracks we've spent millions on building just recently are ruined. We had pump stations spew sewage across the whenua, through our waterways. We had weeks and weeks and weeks of people not being able to access our waterways. We have this budget had a massive hole in it before the storms and before we knew about the City Rail Link, and now we have potentially. And I sit on the recovery group with Minister Wood, Minister of Auckland, and people from Auckland talking about how we address that. The government will back us to build some infrastructure to protect homes. And people are expecting us to buy out their homes. I know there are hundreds of people who want us to buy their homes, but I know we're only going to be able to buy a small percentage of that. And we're going to be disappointing people whose homes are ruined and they have nowhere to live. That came after this budget was put out. And so when staff and the CEO tell us if we don't fill the budget hole this year, it will make it worse. We will have more and more jobs cut next year, more and more services, more delays to the climate, more bus service cuts. I had to find a middle ground. I told the Mayor I did not support full sale at the beginning. I told the Mayor I didn't support, and Deputy Mayor, for months that I didn't support the cuts as they were. This change to the budget, I don't think in the history of Auckland Council has there been this much change to a budget. We pushed into the questionnaire to have, I asked if we could have the question saying up to 13. I remember, we had the debate. If you go out with a 5.6, which was the original, 4.6. If we went out with 4.6% rates increase, but only said 4.6, the advice was we could only move up about 1%. I asked, and a number of others asked, if we could have the question saying up to 13.7. We've moved to 7.7, and the Mayor, I think the original document said 40 to 75 of debt. We've moved to 100. Obviously, only 7% of the shares are sold. I don't still want to do that. But at some point, we've got to try and get 11 votes on every bit. And what the community said was push back on the cuts. And what the staff said is if you don't push back.
Point of order. Can we have a bit of respect, please? This is really hard for us, okay? And you're yelling at the wrong people, frankly.
Let's sit here and listen to you guys talk about whether you're going to sell shares that don't even belong to you. And no one's talking about borrowing more for our communities. Where's that? You are making decisions on behalf of our children.
Can you restore order, please, and remove these people? This is,
No, because what this,
Your Worship, you should adjourn the meeting.
ask you to stop, please, and I'll adjourn the meeting until you... I'm adjourning the meeting until this lady gets removed, please.
Just adjourn it, just hang on a minute.
Yeah, I'm adjourning the meeting now. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Come and volunteer with us, Mayor. 1 week. Just come and have a look. Come and have a coffee. Just come and mingle with the people and you
Okay.
see yourself.
Please, ladies at the back, your behaviour is prejudicing the conduct of the meeting. Please stop with these interruptions and allow the meeting to continue and leave the venue, or I will instruct your removal under Section 50 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987.
People that hear. Status is something that you
Adjourn it again. Adjourn.
I'm adjourning it again.
I'm now asking that you be removed from the meeting.
I'm now asking that you're removed from the meeting, please.
like slaves to keep you
Where's
people
our
behind your
security?
jobs.
Yeah.
Hey, keep your businesses running.
I have. No, they've got to get security.
Okay.
Sorry. I've dropped you a fantastic speech, but I'm not.
I'll just wait till the councillors that have gone out with them come back and we'll reconvene. I don't know. Perhaps I should point out to the security that Alf's not one of them, he's one of us. But I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Richard, you've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left of your speech, which was rather spoilt.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the community for speaking up, even when it was during my turn. I appreciate them for speaking up, and this is also why I work so hard with yourself, the Mayor, with whoever would listen, to reverse the cuts dramatically from where they were, to bring back over 1,000 bus services, to bring back $10 million towards Tātaki Auckland Unlimited to protect economic development and our major events, to bring back some climate funding, to bring back our grants, to bring back 12 million, where I remember the conversations a couple of weeks ago, there was a discussion around maybe 8. And I remember pushing for please 12, assuming we'd get 10, and today we're sitting with 12. The number of months we've all sat around here, and I will say, once again, that Councillor Ferry and I asked pretty clearly to all members who would support a rate rise to cover the cuts and the shares. And there was not the numbers. So we had to compromise. So I can either vote no on everything and we fail and have no budget, and then the CEO who gave us advice, the CEO doesn't have delegation on rates, the CEO doesn't have delegation on sales, the CEO doesn't have delegation on debt. He has delegation on cuts. And we were told if we don't pass the budget, the cuts get deeper, faster. And we're also told if we don't try fill the gap as far as we can this time, the cuts next year are deeper. And I cannot do this to our community again. I think it will already be hard because we don't know how we're going to pay for the storm damage and the opening up our rivers and taking away the concrete so our streets don't flood and our homes aren't ruined. So for me, this is a budget I wouldn't want to present, and this is not a budget I really want to vote for, but 11 of us have to find, or more, have to find a position that saves as many jobs as possible and many services as possible, and this is a massive change from where we were, and it follows closely to what the submission said, as far as we can get, and it protects jobs and services next year, because I'm not willing just to let it go and hope and then put our staff and our community on the line again for deeper cuts again next year. I can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hills. At this stage, we're ready to go to the vote, but I personally, I thought you've been scratching your head. I can't tell the difference between...
Sorry, Mayor. It was me dislocating your shoulder before. It wasn't me scratching your head. It's good. But Mayor, I'm happy for you that you've incorporated a number of changes there, mine and others, and some very recent. Haven't had to put up my Emerson cartoon or my Lunig illustration. I'll hold that back for another time, maybe. But look, thanks for that change. And you know, the comment of eating dead rats has been mentioned a few times, and I guess we've all got sort of rodent flesh in our teeth at the moment, some of us. But I'm thankful of those changes. But you know, the predicament we find ourselves in is unprecedented, as Councillor Hill said. You know, and I have some experience around local government as well, and I've never I thought that emergency budget was going to be it, but I knew that there was very likely something on the horizon. I never anticipated the deluge that we got, of course. I knew climate change was here and with us, but I did not know it was going to quite strike like that. But it did. And, but I'm very mindful of our debt burden and the impact that has, and the inability that provides you to sort of make your next move if something large does come. And I'm no crystal ball gazer, Councillor Baker. I'm a bit of a realist, but I'm also pretty pragmatic as well. Service delivery and cutting that for me it's harsh. I know how hurting Aucklanders are feeling at the moment, but I'm also aware of how hurting our staff are as well. I'm very aware of that. I'm mindful of a lot of change. I'm mindful of some very good advice we've received through this process from our staff, but I'm also mindful of the very difficult and extreme positions that we have had on the Auckland Airport shareholding. I've gone from sell none to sell some, and that's where I am now. I'm in the sell some category, and I'm really reluctantly in that category. Okay, I'm really reluctant to be in that category. And I've been undecided in that. You've heard me in the opening yesterday in our workshop talk about possibly being open to 500. For me, we've heard from experts. I've spoken to markets experts outside of the advice that we've got. I've spoken to regulatory experts. I've spoken directly through email to the airport company itself. My staff have contacted the Chief Executive's office there to get a follow-up. I received that. I've read that reply. And I've also spoken to the Manawhenua tribe of Te Akitai Waiohua, whose rohui that is in. We have not done that. That's pretty fundamental, that we've not done that. So what is the airport? I've canvassed that as well, and it's, we initially started out and, it sounded like the airport was just a runway and some coming and going of some people and some goods in a big, expensive car park. Well, we now know it's a hell of a lot more than that. It's 1,500 hectares. That's a massive parcel of land. It's part of an economic zone that is the fastest growing in Auckland. It's growing now faster than the city centre. It used to be the second fastest. It's a monopoly business. It's got no flight curfews, unlike Sydney Airport, for example. It's got no flight curfews, so it's got a lot of room to move. It's got diversified assets, but of course they're reliant on the aeronautical business, and they've got hotels and commercial property, retail and transport. Not forgetting, they also own 25% of the best performing airport in New Zealand at the moment, which is Queenstown Airport. And it's a major employer, particularly of people that are resident in South Auckland. And I totally understand my colleagues from South Auckland having a really fierce protectionist approach to that holding. I totally get it. But, we're an international city we talk about, but, we've talked about the dividend, we've talked about, we had a little nod to the capital growth, but it's amazing how we've ignored the value of the capital growth overall. We've undertaken that financial analysis, but we've largely been yield focused and not the gains on the capital side. Just a small nod to that. And of course, it's interesting to note, and there's been some reference to the share price today, but that the share price has grown recently and exceeded the median of the broker forecasts that have been presented to us. So it's well north of that at the moment. So it's a big issue for all of us. Now, and I probably will have to forego some of the other detail I wanted to talk about there, but I'm grateful that we have the opportunity now, finally, to have a discussion about the strategic value, if it exists, coming into the LTP. Now, that has been absent. I have proposed it twice under two councils, and I've never ever got any galvanised thinking on that. Now, it's pretty fundamental. You need to undertake that. But I'm also mindful of the immediate need as well. Going further forward, and I will wrap very shortly,
we are an international city, and we're really well international. We're connected internationally as well. But with that connection comes an assumption that you're going to be impacted by international events as well, and that's what worries me. The world is a bit of a troubled place at the moment, so we have to reset in this LTP and prepare Auckland to be future ready. And right now, I don't believe Auckland is remotely future ready. And I'm not talking financially only. I'm talking well beyond financially. I'm talking about us being climate ready. That's the paramount issue for me. I'm talking about us being future ready for our people that live with us today, the ones that are coming, the generations to coming, and the ones that will replace us. This city should be leading the nation. It is not leading the nation. It is not remotely leading the nation. It is not a true international city. It's only it's in typeface only. So for me, we need to reset Auckland through the LTP process, and we cannot do that politically only. The days of representative democracy thinking it can solve this problem and the future problems of our city are gone. Please, let's change the tack there. We'll have to do things differently. We've already heard from Koi2, the Centre for Informed Futures, and unfortunately there was no thought to really grab that opportunity. We need to grab those opportunities from the exterior, from academics, from a range of people. We need to see citizens' assemblies arrive in the framing of our city. We need a long-term plan that goes beyond the short-termism of a plan that we've in the past been putting in place, and that has been a long-term plan just of short-termism spread over 10 years. We need a future-ready plan for Auckland.
Thank you very much, Councillor Darby. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I've written a humdinger speech, but in the interest of time and to lighten it up a bit, and the fact that we've still got a long way to go, and I would really like to go and see the Blues win at Eden Park tonight, I will keep it short. So the first thing, I want to thank you, Your Worship. I believe that you have listened to Aucklanders. I believe you have listened to councillors. And I believe what has happened today is a budget that is a compromise for pretty much everybody around the table. We are all aware of the numbers, 325 million plus 40 for storm recovery, and we've had to put together a budget that is credible, sustainable, affordable and implementable. On the rates, I preferred yesterday's, if I'm honest, better than today's. Debt, I absolutely support you not increasing debt anymore. I would have preferred that you paid down $1 billion, not 865, but again, it's a compromise. On savings, I do like your savings, 83 million permanent savings, and on your cuts, I like some and I don't like the others. But as I've said, today is a compromise. And that's what teams do. The term that people have used is swallowing dead rats. Well, I've had to swallow a couple of things I don't particularly like, and I think everyone's the same. But at the end of the day, I am not going to sit here and say no. I'm going to find something that works. Having said that, I thank the councillors who've put up amendments, because I think you have thought those through, and in the interest of democracy, you have presented those arguments as you have seen fit. And at the end of the day, what happens is that we vote on that. So I thank you for putting the work in to try and find an alternate that works for you. But I believe it's each and every one of our duty to contribute to a balanced budget. Saying no is a cop-out. We've got a compromise, and to that end, I'm very happy to support where you've landed, and just hope that we can put the vote through and move on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm now going to put the vote to a division. Oddly enough, I don't want to offend certain members from South Auckland, and I'm going to call upon Sandra Lanara to run a division process for me, please.
Do I have to call or ask for?
I hadn't started.
so he can have a turn. I haven't started calling the division.
Okay. Please, another speech. Thank you for 5 minutes maximum.
Thank you. I have to say this has been for me personally, not just me, obviously, a disappointing day. I'm deeply disappointed that Councillor Foley's amendment was rejected, especially her proposal had a lower rates increase than the one that's on the table now. And though members argued about the interests of the ratepayers, the long-suffering ratepayers, etc., that seemed to have been overlooked. And it seemed that selling the airport shares, full sale, part sale, 8%, 7%, anything, has a higher priority, which is disappointing. Disappointing also, I have to say, and I have to be frank, I'm disappointed at the advice that we received virtually since the day we walked in the door last October about selling the airport shares and TINA. There is no alternative. I think this council and the representatives of the people of Auckland deserve better than that. We didn't get it. I'm disappointed because yet another consultation, in my view, has failed, even though it was meant to be a special consultative procedure. I'm disappointed, frankly, that the lessons of Roger Douglas and Ruth Richardson, the sad lessons, have been forgotten by too many people in here who should know better. And especially those who purport to represent the working class. Those airport shares are a legacy benefit handed down by visionary leaders of the past. They are meant to be handed on to future generations. And you heard, maybe offensive to middle class folks around here, you heard the raw anger of the people out in the street about what's happening to their legacy, because they know full well this is not just a part sale for some tactical reason. This is the first step in a complete sellout. And after that, and perhaps contemporaneously with that, will come the sale of the ports of Auckland. And I am depressed to think that we'll hear the same arguments around the table justifying that. This is a failed strategy. Selling income-earning assets and putting all the burden on the ratepayers and the citizens of Auckland is a failed strategy, a race to the bottom, a death dive, in fact. I want to also acknowledge the leadership of Councillor Lotu Foley and Councillor Alf Filipina, and it underscores the importance of the airport shares to the people of the former Manukau city. Not just them, interestingly enough. The airport is one of the pride of the people of Auckland owning it. Especially, it's interesting to realise the Pacific people. I have Pacific families in Ponsonby sending me emails. Dear Mike, please don't sell those airport shares. And that's fascinating as well. But as you heard from those young women today, they realise that this is the first step in the destruction of their legacy. The first is an axe cut and followed by a coup de grace. But that's what you're doing. And you need to look in the mirror and realise that. There's going to be a lot of fast talking, I imagine, amongst the Labour Party after this event, explaining things away, and it'll take a lot of long, hard and fast talking. But the damage will have been done with the people who you folk are meant to represent. This is a sorry affair. It was totally unnecessary. Our policies are meant to be about intergenerational equity, not intergenerational theft. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to the division. Thank you very much for that.
Councillor Baker. Sorry, I've started the division. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley,
Against.
Councillor Dalton,
Against.
Councillor Darby,
For.
Councillor Ferry,
Gonna abstain.
Councillor Filipina,
Cop out.
He means no. Abstain.
abstain?
Yeah.
Against.
Against or abstain?
Councillor Fletcher,
Yes.
Councillor Foley,
Very much against. Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson,
Aye.
Councillor Hills,
In favour of saving jobs and services.
Councillor Lee,
correct.
What was Councillor Hills? For.
Councillor Lee,
Against.
Councillor Leone,
Against.
Councillor Newman,
What?
Councillor Sayers,
Or
Deputy Mayor Simpson,
Or
Councillor Stewart, Councillor Turner,
for.
Councillor Walker,
I want to vote for, but I want to vote against the sale of the airport shares.
Can you be clear what your vote is, please? Yes or no?
Point of order. I just want to check
I'm
the.
sorry, councillor, you cannot raise a point of order in
Well,
the middle of a division.
Well, it's going to
Could
the
I
vote.
please have councillor
okay.
Walker's vote?
Vote against it then, that's fine. We're going to vote, yeah, don't give us a choice.
So you're not giving me a choice, in which case I'll vote against.
I didn't hear. What did you say?
Yes. Councillor Walker, did you want to vote against part of it only?
That is correct. That's what I said.
Can you please tell me which parts?
The airport shares part.
Clause A,
Well,
is that?
I can't read it.
A1.
A1.
Thank you. Councillor Watson,
I'm the same as Councillor Walker, record my opposition to A1, which is the practice that's been used in a number
thank you,
of times in
councillor
the
Watson.
past.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
So that will be carried. 14 votes to 6 with 1 abstention.
Mayor?
You have no right to do what
Mayor,
you have just done, and you have all signed the final, you finished the Super Civic, this is done now.
Hello, here we go again.
Your authority to govern.
We're going to
Mayor.
adjourn the meeting.
Those chairs were given by Mana Processing to make sure that we would always.
Okay, I've adjourned it. In fact, might as well finish it.
Do you require a motion to go into confidential? We're not going to do that today. Oh, sorry.
You have all deprived the future of what we deserve, what we have put, what has been put before us to have. You've sold our civil
We'll just adjourn while this lady finishes her rant.
Your Worship, just in defence of Councillor Watson and Walker, they chose to try and take a point of order before the division was called. And I know that they were seeking to clarify the sections of the votes that they could vote for and against. So I didn't like hearing a ripple of dissent that they...
It was just a bit unclear, that's all, councillor, and we did get there eventually. Hey, I'd like to reconvene. We still have more items on the agenda.
You've never been backwards and coming forwards about calling a point of order. You could have done that if you wanted to say you wanted to.
Okay.
Yes, I have a plus, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm going to reopen this now. Thank you very much. We have actually passed the budget. It's more with relief rather than joy. There are those who've said they've been disappointed by the process. I was disappointed to find that we owed $375 million when I arrived. And I've also been disappointed by the process because the process that we have to deal with in councils is very difficult. It's a statutory process which is designed specifically to make a difficult problem even harder. But I'm going to move to the next item on the agenda. If you can remember which one it is now, for Christ's sake. We're now moving to item 10, which is other rates and fees matters. And I welcome to the stage. Who do I welcome to the stage? Andrew? Oh, you're there. Andrew, would you like to make a brief discussion about this item, please?
Good afternoon. This report recommends decisions on a range of other rates changes and changes to fees and charges that were consulted on as part of the annual budget, along with a couple of other matters that were consulted on alongside the annual budget. The great majority of these proposals were supported by feedback, and they are primarily designed to standardise or cost recover the relevant fees and charges or rates. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I mean, we've had lots of people saying we want to increase revenue to cover costs, and Andrew's managed to do exactly that and get the public behind him. So it's possible there may not be too many questions about this. It'd be rather good if there weren't.
Your Worship, I'm happy to move the item.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I'd be happy to join you on this and second it. Councillor Walker has a question to you.
No, I just wish to speak just when I have the chance.
If there's no questions, we'll go to speeches if you like. Comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Andrew.
So I'll actually be voting against the food scraps targeted rate. Certainly supportive of the principle of recycling and the like, but I do not support a program that charges everyone when there are significant numbers of Aucklanders, such as myself and others, who already deal with their food scraps in a more affordable, sustainable, financially prudent way. I just cannot support this, and I'm also acutely aware, because I've obviously used a bin, that the hygienic concerns of this program will be significant. There are parts of Auckland where these small bins will blow around the roadside. They're going to create mayhem. They're often unsatisfactory. They're not a great match in a number of instances, and there are better alternatives that we should be incentivising. By all means, have a service, but don't require everyone to pay for it and effectively to have to use it. Thank you.
I think I have some sympathy for that, but this was all sort of put in place before I arrived, so it's a fait accompli as far as I can tell, but I may be completely wrong there. I think it is. You make a good point. Councillor Ferry wishes to speak.
I understood it. We couldn't.
I would just briefly like to speak in favour of the food scraps in particular. I'm really excited about this service rolling out. It's been a long time coming. I know when the Super City started, one of the things Westies kept telling me they were excited about was getting their recycling bins and their wheelie bins, and I feel the same way, and they've got there first. I got to see some little green bins the other day on Wednesday when I drove out to watch my kids' netball game in Henderson, which is a very long way away, and brought a smile to my face. So I'm really pleased to see this service coming out regionally and looking forward to taking advantage of it myself. Thank you.
Good on you. Councillor Turner, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been against the food scrap bins since the beginning, when I found out that we're triple handling them and then carting the food scraps to Reparoa to put through a digester machine. It is just not saving any money. It's just totally silly as far as carbon emissions. There was a report made by Waste Management which showed that they could have composted the material on Pukatutu Island and saved a few thousand kilograms of carbon emissions, and we're actually going to increase 2 million kilograms of carbon emissions by trucking to Reparoa. Staff maintain that that is not the case because it's a backhaul, but that's just splitting hairs, so I'm going to not be supporting it. Thank you.
Fair enough. Do we want to go through this clause by clause, or just take a look? Oh, Councillor Darby.
Yes,
sorry.
if
I
we
thought
can
oh, you were
exclude C.
scratching your hair this time. Very tricky. We'll have to organise a better arrangement for the future. Okay.
Your Worship, in moving this, I'm mindful of the fact that we have been advised on several occasions that even those of us who are not in favour of it cannot actually change it at this point because it's a contractual situation. So in the interest of time, I will support it because I know we can't change it.
Yeah, well, thank you. That was my understanding. I think this was all in place before I was in place. So, beg your pardon? Apparently, it's very good for the economy of Reparoa, wherever that is. No speakers. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Against? Anyone want to be recorded as no? Walker, Williamson, Stewart, Turner. Oh, Watson. I'm against C. I think this is all about C, isn't it?
Yeah, get just
okay, so there's
C.
5 people who don't like C. Right, that's recorded.
Yes.
I'm tempted to join you, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not mad about C either, but. I'm so full of dead rats I've got. Okay, is there any extraordinary business? None? Okay, in that case, I would like someone to move.
Move to confidential.
I think that was so quick, I missed him. It was Fletcher and Walker, I think it was. Thank you. We're going to go into secrecy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I'll wish those well who've been here. Thank you for attending for several days. Members of the press. And members of the public and members of the staff.
You're just going to have to adjourn straight away so we can make sure that everybody's out of the room.
We're adjourning just until the room is cleared, then we're going to reconvene. Thank you. You'll have to load your cameras up and now, girls and boys.